Chapter 55-71. His dantian has been torn open, and his golden core has been dug out. There are scratches on the corpse. Could it be the work of a soul-eating beast? Lin Yi raised his vigilance to the highest level after a careful examination. Not only did soul-eating beasts like to absorb spiritual energy from spirit jades, but the golden cores and nascent souls of human cultivators were also great nourishment for them. Therefore, Lin Yi had reason to suspect that this soaring sect elder had been killed by a soul-eating beast. It seemed that it wasn't that the soul-eating beast didn't chase after Lin Yi, but that it couldn't find Lin Yi at the moment. As for this unlucky fellow, he was obviously just a snack for the soul-eating beast. Lin Yi looked around and made sure that the soul-eating beast had left. Then, he waved his hand and created a hole in the tunnel. He moved the soaring sect elder inside and buried him with rubble. After all, he was from an allied sect, so it was only right for him to restrain himself a little. After doing this, Lin Yi spread out his divine sense and continued to move quickly. He finally found someone. Although it was a dead person, it at least meant that there should be traces of humans in this area. Perhaps he could find someone else soon. He just hoped that it wouldn't be another corpse. After a while, Lin Yi found one of the 10 youngsters, and it was a familiar face, Bing Wuqing. Apart from Bing Wuqing, there were also 2 soul-eating beasts. They were surrounding Bing Wuqing and launching a series of attacks. If it wasn't for Bing Wuqing's strengthened merciless ice force, which could effectively reduce the speed of the 2 soul-eating beasts' movements and attacks, Lin Yi might have seen Bing Wuqing's corpse. When Lin Yi saw this, he naturally joined the battle without another word. This time, he had enough time. Lin Yi immediately used the soul-hooking palm in an attempt to kill at least one soul-eating beast at the beginning. However, when the soul-hooking palm approached the target, it was suddenly blocked by a layer of transparent light that appeared around the soul-eating beast's body. What? Does this spirit-eating beast also have a divine controlling bracelet? Lin Yi was shocked. 3 days ago, the knowledge whirlpool had been able to cause great damage to the spirit-eating beast, so there was no reason that even the soul-hooking hand could not cause any damage after 3 days. When Bing Wuqing saw Lin Yi's arrival, her eyes immediately lit up, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her cold face. The ice soul sword emitted a dazzling light, and after forcing back a soul-eating beast, she finally found the time to call out, "Boss Lin Yi." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He then reminded, "Be careful, don't let them escape." The spirit-eating beast's ability to escape was definitely top-notch, especially after combining their earth escape and concealment. Lin Yi's divine sense was unable to detect any traces of them, unless they launched an attack. Bing Wuqing's heartless ice force could cover a relatively large area, and these 2 spirit-eating beasts had nowhere to hide. Since the soul-hooking palm was ineffective, Lin Yi simply released the knowledge whirlpool again. He wanted to see if it was because his divine sense attacks were ineffective, or if the soul-hooking palm was ineffective against the spirit-eating beasts. The results proved that the knowledge whirlpool that was effective before had lost its original power, and all of its attacks had been blocked by that layer of light. However, after Lin Yi's continuous attacks, the spirit-eating beast that was being attacked also revealed a human-like expression of panic. It screeched twice, turned around, and ran away with the other spirit-eating beast. Although Lin Yi wanted to stop them, his divine sense attacks were ineffective, so he really couldn't do anything about it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 spirit-eating beasts disappeared without a trace. Lin Yi suddenly had some guesses in his heart. Those 2 spirit-eating beasts were able to resist divine sense attacks, so it was very likely that they really had a tool similar to the divine manipulation bracelet. However, the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit far surpassed those 2 spirit-eating beasts by more than a level. Even the divine manipulation bracelet couldn't resist the divine sense attacks of such a difference, unless the spirit-eating beasts had a tool of a higher level than the divine manipulation bracelet. However, the number of times that the divine manipulation bracelet could resist was probably not many, or else these two spirit-eating beasts would not have fled. Boss Lin Yi, thank you for coming over this time. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. Bing Wuqing put away her ice soul sword and ran over to meet up with Lin Yi. At the same time, she wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, and an expression of lingering fear appeared on her face. It was already quite rare for Bing Wuqing's expression to fluctuate. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's also fortunate that you encountered these two spirit-eating beasts. If it had been someone else, even if they were stronger than you, it would have been very difficult for them to escape unscathed." Spirit-eating beasts. Boss Lin Yi. Are you saying that those two are spirit-eating beasts? Bing Wuqing looked a little incredulous. It was obvious that she had heard of the spirit-eating beasts before. If you've heard of them, then why didn't you recognize them? Lin Yi asked casually. His mind was still on guard against the possibility that the spirit-eating beasts might return and launch a sneak attack. I've indeed heard of them, but I've never seen them before. So, this is what spirit-eating beasts look like, Bing Wuqing said with a nod. Seeing that Lin Yi looked a little distracted, she did not continue the topic. Instead, she asked, Boss Lin Yi, how many spirit jades have you mined? This is a rich vein, why don't we mine here together? We only have a little more than 6 days left. If we continue to look for other rich veins, we might not make it in time. Lin Yi used his divine sense to observe. The rich vein where Bing Wuqing was at actually did not have many reserves. It was about the same as the one at the Yin sect, or perhaps even less. Bing Wuqing had mined for 3 days, and estimated that she had already mined more than 2,000 spirit jades. Her harvest was not bad, but of course, it was impossible for Lin Yi to mine the spirit jades with her. The place you've teleported to is not bad. Looks like the Qianquan sect still values your Snow Sword sect. Lin Yi said with a chuckle. The Snow Sword sect was a sect under the Qianquan sect. Lin Yi already knew that, but he was just joking. Among the original 10 minor sects, the Yin sect, Snow Sword sect, and Okuda clan were under the Qianquan sect, while the Everyday and Everyday sect, Evil Warding sect, and the Heaven and Earth sect were under the 5 Elements sect. The Leaf Spirit sect and the Xuanyu sect were under the Heaven Awakening sect, and the Shengguan clan was under the Soaring Sky sect and the Blue Cloud sect. Every time there was a spiritual jade mining, it was basically the Qianquan sect and the 5 Elements sect that benefited from it. Almost all the others would be teleported to poor or even useless veins. Bing Wuqing curled her lips and said, Boss Lin Yi, you know that the relationship between the Snow Sword sect and the Qianquan sect has faded a long time ago. Whenever you want us to switch sides, you can just say the word. Chapter 55-72. Keep these spirit stones. Once you're done with your harvesting mission, you can leave. Lin Yi took out 15,000 spirit stones and handed them to Bing Wuqing so that she could activate the Void Bag's teleportation ability and leave this place first. Bing Wuqing had long been immune to Lin Yi's miraculous abilities. She didn't even wonder why he took out so many spirit stones and immediately kept them. Thank you, boss, but I don't want to leave yet. Those two soul-eating beasts dared to ambush me. I can't just leave with my tail between my legs. Bing Wuqing kept the glowing void bag, but she had no intention of leaving. Lin Yi didn't mind. He nodded slightly and said, That's fine. You're strong enough to protect yourself. Let's wait and see. If necessary, use the void bag to leave this place. Yes, Boss Lin Yi. Bing Wuqing agreed and didn't say anything else. It was basically impossible to count on Bing Wuqing to take the initiative to chat with others. Lin Yi didn't have any topics to talk about either, so the two of them moved in silence. Gradually, the spirit jade veins reserves became more abundant. There were almost no wasted veins left, and there were poor veins everywhere. Rich veins could also be seen from time to time, and the frequency of attacks from the spirit-devouring beasts also gradually increased. Another 5 days passed. During this period, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing encountered more than 30 surprise attacks from soul-eating beasts. Fortunately, they were all daunting but unharmed. However, the other members of the 10 young ones weren't so lucky. At least one corpse appeared from the Everyday sect, Evil Warding sect, and so on. This time, what appeared in front of Lin Yi was the corpse of a golden core from the Okuda family. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any nascent soul experts who had fallen so far. However, that didn't rule out the possibility that they were already dead but hadn't been discovered by Lin Yi. Wuqing, it seems like there are more than 2 soul-eating beasts. Lin Yi looked at the golden core corpse and frowned deeply. Just now, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing had just encountered a wave of attacks, and when they turned around, they discovered this corpse. Judging from the traces in time, it shouldn't be the 2 soul-eating beasts that had attacked Lin Yi. Bing Wuqing nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, the claw marks on this carcass are thicker and more solid than those of the previous 2 soul-devouring beasts. If I'm not wrong, this soul-devouring beast's abilities should be above those of the previous 2. Lin Yi had also noticed this. After so many battles, he had learned that spirit-eating beasts weren't completely immune to divine sense attacks. As long as he could exert enough destructive power in an instant, he would be able to break through the spirit-eating beast's external defenses. For example, his divine sense pill flame vortex was extremely destructive, but the soul-reaping hand was far less lethal in comparison. Because of this, Lin Yi wasn't too worried about the appearance of new spirit-eating beasts. His only question was how many spirit-eating beasts were there in the Spirit Jade Immortal vein. Wuqing, you mentioned spirit-eating beasts before, so you seem to know a little about them. Why don't you tell me about them? Bing Wuqing didn't continue talking about spirit-eating beasts before, so Lin Yi didn't ask too much. But now that the situation had changed, it was more appropriate to ask. Bing Wuqing nodded and said, "Okay, I thought you weren't interested, so I didn't ask." Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. It really took a little patience to communicate with an ice cube like this. Actually, I don't know much about spirit-eating beasts. I've only heard a little about them. These creatures are cruel and vengeful, which is obvious from the way they chased after us. Other than that, spirit-eating beasts all live in families, so if a spirit-eating beast appears alone, there will definitely be other spirit-eating beasts nearby. Many people have overlooked this and been killed by spirit-eating beasts. Lin Yi basically knew everything that Bing Wuqing said, so there wasn't anything special about it. But hearing this again helped Lin Yi sort out his thoughts. For example, this golden core corpse in front of him might not have been killed by 1 spirit-eating beast, but at least 2. And they were even more powerful than the 2 spirit-eating beasts that Lin Yi and the others had encountered. What the hell, Wuqing, we might have entered the lair of spirit-eating beasts. Lin Yi chuckled and said casually. Then, he began to condense his vital energy and 2 kinds of alchemy fires into a bomb. At this time, if they were really besieged by more than 4 spirit-eating beasts, Lin Yi wasn't sure if he and Bing Wuqing would be able to hold on. It was better to take advantage of the time they had and quickly prepare their trump cards. Big Boss Lin Yi, I heard that the lair of spirit-eating beasts is usually located in the most essence of a spirit jade mine. Moreover, spirit-eating beasts have a habit of collecting treasures. The best things on the bodies of those who are killed will be taken by the spirit-eating beasts as spoils of war. If we really find the lair of the spirit-eating beasts, it might not be a bad thing. Bing Wuqing didn't look worried at all. Firstly, she was confident in her own strength. Secondly, she was even more confident in Lin Yi's strength. With this reason, even Lin Yi probably wouldn't have anything to say. Before you think about victory, think about defeat. Before we find the lair of the spirit-eating beasts, we'd better be prepared to be besieged. Wuqing, listen carefully. If we really are besieged by the spirit-eating beasts and your heartless ice aura can't hold on, you must teleport out immediately. Otherwise, you'll drag me down, understand? Lin Yi spoke very seriously, afraid that Bing Wuching wouldn't agree. Unexpectedly, Bing Wuching nodded readily and said, "Yes, Big Boss Lin Yi. I'll definitely do as you say." Actually, if Lin Yi had insisted a little more 5 days ago, Bing Wuching would definitely have left immediately. After all, Bing Wuching would definitely listen to Lin Yi's words. It was precisely because Lin Yi didn't seem to mind that Bing Wuching suggested to stay behind and work together with Lin Yi. Since Bing Wuching had agreed, Lin Yi didn't say anything else. As long as Bing Wuching left, he could release the super alchemy fire bombs he had prepared without restraint. He wouldn't have to worry about accidentally injuring Bing Wuching. "Let's go. I think we're almost at the lair of the spirit-eating beasts." Lin Yi continued to condense super alchemy fire bombs in his hands. He gestured for Bing Wuching to follow him and continue forward. More than 8 days had passed since they started mining. Those who were still alive should have mined quite a lot of spirit jade. Perhaps they had all left the spirit jade celestial vein. Hence, the frequency of rich veins appearing became higher and higher. However, not a single person could be seen. Chapter 55-73. Watch out! Lin Yi yelled in a low voice and threw out the super alchemy fire bomb that he had prepared earlier. The target was 3 soul-eating beasts that were moving in the same direction. He didn't tell Bing Wuching to leave immediately because the super alchemy fire bomb contained the divine sense alchemy fire. Lin Yi could barely control the direction of the explosion. Although he couldn't completely control it, at least most of the power would be directed toward the 3 soul-eating beasts. Bing Wuching's merciless ice force should be able to withstand a small portion of the explosion's aftermath. This was the first time Lin Yi had used the super alchemy fire bomb. Lin Yi hadn't used this move against the soul-eating beasts in all their previous battles. Firstly, the soul-eating beasts were too fast, so the alchemy fire bomb couldn't hit them. Secondly, Lin Yi didn't think that the 2 soul-eating beasts could pose a fatal threat to him and Bing Wuching, so he didn't need to use this move. Therefore, the soul-eating beasts didn't expect to encounter such a destructive attack. Under the influence of the merciless ice force, the 3 soul-eating beasts froze for a moment. Then, Lin Yi's super alchemy fire bomb flew toward them. In the huge explosion, the entire mine tunnel was almost destroyed. This was even after Lin Yi had intentionally controlled the direction of the explosion and released the power toward the tunnel as much as possible to avoid affecting the surrounding rock walls. The aftermath of the explosion was less than 10%, but it still caused Bing Wuching's merciless ice force to shatter instantly. Lin Yi used his extreme butterfly's subtle steps to pull Bing Wuching back in a sorry state. Even he, the initiator of the explosion, didn't expect this situation. Almost all of the 3 spirit-eating beasts that had been struck by the explosion had been reduced to nothingness. Regardless of whether they were able to defend against physical or spiritual sense attacks, in the face of a super core flame bomb that was a mixture of true qi and 2 types of core flames, all of their defenses were useless. The only spirit-eating beast that had managed to survive had launched a sneak attack from behind Lin Yi, and it had no time to deal with Lin Yi and Mo Tiange in the midst of the commotion. However, as soon as the commotion in the passageway subsided slightly, it let loose a blood-curdling roar and attacked Lin Yi and Mo Tiange with all its might. Lin Yi raised a hand to unleash a super pill flame bomb that he had just condensed. Due to the fact that it had only just been condensed, its power was completely incomparable to the previous one. However, the spirit-devouring beast just so happened to pounce toward him with its mouth wide open, so Lin Yi's attack just so happened to fly into the spirit-devouring beast's mouth and explode with a bang. It wasn't very powerful, but it was enough to severely wound this spirit-devouring beast. After all, its mouth didn't have any powerful defensive abilities. "Wuching, you move on your own," Lin Yi suddenly said. After transforming into his primordial spirit form, he instantly caught up to the injured spirit-devouring beast. After this spirit-devouring beast was injured by the explosion, it didn't even care about revenge anymore. It immediately activated its concealment and earth escape techniques, disappearing into the rocks in an instant. After so many experiments, Lin Yi finally found a way to keep up with it, and that was to use the intangible nature of his primordial spirit form to unleash the Chu family's pursuing shadow. Of course, Lin Yi's pursuing shadow wasn't perfect, but with the assistance of the intangible nature of his primordial spirit form, it was still enough to deal with the spirit-devouring beast. In particular, the spirit-devouring beast still had a sliver of divine sense left behind by Lin Yi's core flame bomb. Before Bing Wuqing could say anything, she could only watch in astonishment as Lin Yi and the soul-eating beast disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Sensing that it was heavily injured, the spirit-devouring beast quickly traversed through the rocks. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's primordial spirit stuck closely to the spirit-devouring beast. If it weren't for the spirit-devouring beast leading the way, although Lin Yi's primordial spirit could also enter the rocks, it definitely wouldn't be able to move so quickly. After a while, the injured spirit-devouring beast had brought Lin Yi thousands of meters underground. Suddenly, the pitch-black underground suddenly opened up. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he saw that he had entered a spacious underground space. At the very bottom was a small stream that emitted a gentle light, but the stream was flowing with extremely pure spirit energy. Spirit vein marrow. Lin Yi was shocked, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was something that only existed in legends. Out of 100 supreme-grade spirit veins, there might not even be one that produced spirit vein marrow, let alone those high, middle, and low-grade spirit veins. A supreme-grade spirit vein without spirit vein marrow, once it was completely mined, it would become an ordinary mountain range. But a supreme-grade spirit vein with spirit vein marrow, as long as there was no problem with the spirit vein marrow, there would be an endless supply of spirit jade to be mined. The primordial small underworld was lacking in spirit jade, and it was completely because there was too little time to mine. If one could enter the spirit jade celestial vein to mine spirit jade 365 days a year, the amount of spirit jade here would probably not be inferior to that of Heaven Island. Moreover, with this spirit vein marrow, there was no need to worry about the spirit jade being completely mined. This was a treasure trove with an endless supply of spirit jade. The injured spirit-devouring beast immediately rushed toward the stream of spirit vein marrow. Due to the shock in his heart, Lin Yi's soul was a little sluggish, and he couldn't continue to use pursuing shadow to follow the spirit-devouring beast. However, it didn't matter. At this point, Lin Yi didn't need the spirit-devouring beast to lead the way. This was definitely the nest of the spirit-devouring beast. Lin Yi ignored the spirit-devouring beast that was rushing toward the spirit vein marrow. Instead, he threw out 3 divine sense core fire vortexes, which instantly enveloped a spirit-devouring beast lying on a huge piece of spirit jade. This spirit-devouring beast was over 3 meters long, and its strength had already reached the nascent soul perfection stage. Lin Yi could even sense that this spirit-devouring beast was faintly approaching the threshold of the profound ascension stage. If there was lightning here, coupled with the assistance of the spirit vein marrow, there was a very high chance that it could advance to the profound ascension stage. Human, don't waste your energy. It'll be very difficult for you to break through my defenses next to the spirit vein marrow, so come down here and have a chat. The spirit-eater beast spoke in the human tongue and spoke very calmly. Moreover, it was not injured in the slightest. The divine sense pill fire whirlpool spun wildly around it, but it could only stimulate a thin layer of light, unable to break through the light barrier's defense. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he dispelled the divine sense core fire vortexes with a wave of his hand. He swept his gaze toward the injured spirit-devouring beast to find that it had landed next to the spirit vein marrow before carefully picking up a sliver of the spirit vein marrow with its claws before dripping a drop into its wounded mouth. The wound then began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. It looked like the spirit-devouring beast at the nascent soul perfection stage was right. With the spirit-devouring beast's constitution and the spirit vein marrow beside it, it had no fear of Lin Yi's attacks. Unless Lin Yi could use his soul-hooking hand to defeat the spirit-devouring beast, it was a pity that the soul-hooking hand was unable to break through the spirit-devouring beast's defensive barrier. Chapter 55-74. The elderly voice of the spirit-devouring beast seemed to have chuckled, but there was no hint of a smile on its face. You don't need to be wary, I have no ill intent. Whether it's through strength or luck that you were able to make it here, you must be fated with our tribe. As you can see, there is the essence of the spirit vein here, and that is enough to prove that I have no ill intent. If we were to fight here, any violent fluctuations could completely destroy the essence of the spirit vein. That's not something you want to see, is it? The old spirit-devouring beast spoke slowly, and it seemed to be a little out of practice due to not speaking for a long time, so it took a long time to say this. Only now did Lin Yi understand why the old spirit-devouring beast hadn't taken the initiative to attack. The divine sense flame vortex he had unleashed earlier was still a spiritual sense attack, so it wouldn't have caused the essence of the spirit vein to become unstable. If Lin Yi had unleashed a divine sense flame bomb, the old spirit-devouring beast would most likely have fought with its life on the line. Before Lin Yi had a chance to speak, the injured spirit-devouring beast let out a sharp cry, as if it was saying something to the old spirit-devouring beast. The old spirit-devouring beast listened in silence before sighing with a hint of sorrow in its voice. Is that so? Are all three of them dead? Were they killed by this human? But if you don't go after them, they won't kill you, right? You don't need to be sad, our tribe will grow up again. What's important is the future. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He had already discovered with his divine sense that there were 5 fist-sized eggs in the giant piece of spirit jade beneath the old spirit-devouring beast, and there were already faint spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from them. These should be the descendants of the spirit-devouring beast, right? He wondered which of the 3 that had died. In that case, the essence of the spirit vein was one thing, and these eggs were another. The old spirit-devouring beast really wouldn't do anything to harm Lin Yi for the essence of the spirit vein and the 5 eggs in case something unexpected happened and the entire spirit-devouring beast clan was wiped out. Human, I'm very sorry. Although you killed 3 of my descendants, it was only because they attacked you first. Casualties in battle shouldn't be a source of hatred. I hope this matter will be settled and written off, all right? The old spirit-devouring beast spoke slowly, and it seemed to be very sincere. Lin Yi already knew that he had the upper hand, so he replied in an indifferent manner, write it off. You spirit-devouring beasts are bloodthirsty and have attacked me no less than 30 times along the way. You've even killed several of my companions. Do you think you can erase all of this with a simple sentence? What do you want? Although I have my reservations, if you want to die, we both of you, of our spirit-devouring beast to be spirit vein. I want half of this essence of the spirit vein, and you have to return all of the human belongings that you killed to me. Lin Yi stated his conditions very straightforwardly. Although he didn't say he wanted all of the essence of the spirit vein, it was already an exorbitant demand of half. In any case, it was just a negotiation, so he was just asking for an exorbitant price. That's impossible. The old of the spirit-devouring beast refused without hesitation. Human, you have to understand that this spirit jade immortal vein has been the home of us spirit-devouring beasts for tens of thousands of years. You came here to mine the spirit jade, which is trespassing on our home. However, we spirit-devouring beasts have never killed every single one of you. At most, we only kill a portion of you humans. It's not that we're bloodthirsty, it's because the golden cores and nascent souls of you humans are the best material for nourishing the essence of the spirit vein. Since you need the spirit jade, shouldn't you make some contributions? Lin Yi was stunned. He had never thought that there would be such a reason behind the bloodthirsty and cruel nature of the spirit-devouring beasts. The golden cores and nascent souls of humans were dug out by the spirit-devouring beasts not to be eaten, but to be used to nourish the essence of the spirit vein. Human, the essence of the spirit vein can be consumed in small amounts, but not in large amounts. Otherwise, it'll be very easy for the spirit jade immortal vein to completely dry up. We spirit-devouring beasts have done nothing wrong in order to protect our home. Many spirit-devouring beasts have died at the hands of you humans, so there's actually no right or wrong between us. The old of the spirit-devouring beast spoke in a slow and unhurried manner, but his words were very reasonable. Lin Yi took a glance at the essence of the spirit vein. In reality, he knew that he couldn't really take the essence of the spirit vein away. After all, the primordial underworld still had to rely on the spirit jade of the spirit jade immortal vein in the future. 10 days a year, 20 people limit, it's all your spirit-eating beasts doing, right? Lin Yi suddenly changed the topic and asked about something that seemed completely unrelated. You're the one who set this rule, aren't you? The old of the spirit-devouring beast fell silent for a moment before replying, you really aren't an ordinary person to be able to see through the truth with just a glance. That's right, this restriction was indeed modified by us spirit-eating beasts based on the natural ancient formation of this immortal vein. After all, this is the home of us spirit-eating beasts, and we spirit-eating beasts feed on the spirit chi within the spirit jade. We can't possibly give you humans too much. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. You opened it for 10 days just to let our golden core and nascent soul cultivators in, right? Otherwise, if foundation establishment cultivators came in, you wouldn't have any materials to nourish the essence of the spirit vein, right? In order to dig up as much spirit jade as possible within the 10 days, the 4 big and 10 small children had sent their most powerful cultivators to the spirit jade immortal vein, which then became the prey of the spirit-devouring beast race. The old of the spirit-devouring beast fell silent for a long while, as if to express a tacit agreement. Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush anymore and said indifferently, I don't want to get involved in what happened in the past. From now on, the spirit jade immortal vein will only be open for 6 months every year, and the limit is 200 people. I don't care if you want to hunt down golden core and nascent soul cultivators. This is the law of the jungle, so there's nothing more to say. Do you agree or refuse? Give me an answer. 200 people in half a year, that's too much. The old of the spirit-devouring beast hurriedly opened its mouth, but it was cut off by Lin Yi. Agree or refuse? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was as cold as a knife. He flipped his palm over to reveal the divine sense pill fire bomb that he had been condensing for a while. The old of the spirit-devouring beast roared as it sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Yi's palm. Even if you want to destroy the essence of the spirit vein, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, it'll be a life and death struggle, and no one will have any spirit jade to use. Is this the ending you wish for? Chapter 55-75. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. He clearly didn't expect the old spirit eater to be so unyielding. It seemed that the conditions just now were really beyond his bottom line. All right, speak, I'll listen. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and gave the old spirit eater a chance to speak. However, he was still condensing the super pill firebomb in his hand. The more time passed, the more powerful the super pill firebomb would become. For Lin Yi, this wasn't a bad thing. The old spirit devourer beast heaved a clear sigh of relief, and he slowly said, let's not talk about how many spirit jades we'll have to mine in half a year. Do you think we'll have a chance to hunt down those 200 people with our current numbers? Isn't it more likely that we'll be hunted down instead? Without the nourishment of golden cores and nascent souls, the marrow of the spirit vein won't increase. Coupled with your mining and the consumption of our clansmen, although the spirit jade can be regenerated through the marrow of the spirit vein, the marrow of the spirit vein will slowly dry up. This was a reasonable statement and Lin Yi couldn't refute it. If the limit of 200 people came from the 10 young ones, it would be a family of 20 people. They might split up after coming in, but from Lin Yi's experience, they would quickly gather together. As long as the 10 young ones didn't fight among themselves, it wouldn't be easy for the remaining 2 Spirit Eater beasts to ambush them. It was useless for the Spirit Eater beasts to kill the Foundation Establishment disciples. Once the Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators gathered, it was just as the old Spirit Eater beast had said, it was uncertain who would be the one to kill who. In this way, the reserves of the Spirit Jade Immortal Vein would very likely be slowly depleted. Even if there was the marrow of the Spirit Vein, it wouldn't be able to withstand such unbridled mining. We Spirit Eater beasts don't just hunt the Golden Core and Nascent Souls of the human race. Even after our clansmen die, the Golden Cores and Nascent Souls left behind will also be used to nourish the marrow of the Spirit Vein. After all, the marrow of the Spirit Vein is the foundation of our clan. As long as the marrow of the Spirit Vein exists, we Spirit Eater beasts can continue to thrive and survive here, the old Spirit Eater beast said sincerely. Lin Yi was a little moved after hearing this. You said that your Golden Cores and Nascent Souls are also used to nourish the marrow of the Spirit Veins. This news came as quite a shock to Lin Yi. Generally speaking, as long as the Golden Core and Nascent Soul of a Spirit Beast were undamaged, they would be protected by their brethren even if they couldn't reform their physical bodies. In the future, it was very likely that they would be used as trump cards to save their brethren. However, the Spirit Eater Beast clan had used their Golden Core and Nascent Soul to nourish the marrow of their Spirit Veins. They were vicious to others and vicious to themselves. However, this made Lin Yi have some vague ideas. He needed to sort them out for the time being, so he didn't continue. Of course, as I've said just now, the marrow of the Spirit Vein is the foundation of the Soul Eater Beast clan. It is a very honorable thing to contribute one's Golden Core or Nascent Soul for the survival of our clansmen. Our clansmen view it as a sacred ritual, just like how our own life will continue to be reborn in the blood of our descendants after merging with the marrow of the Spirit Vein. At this point, the old Spirit Eater beast's expressionless face revealed a rare hint of holiness. It seemed that this so-called ritual was indeed very important to the Spirit Eater beast clan. Lin Yi nodded. He could understand the old Spirit Eater beast's words. As for whether he agreed or not, it didn't matter. What was important was that he had already sorted out his thoughts. You mean that the Golden Core and Nascent Soul used to nourish the marrow of the Spirit Vein are the same for spirit beasts and humans? Even if we don't use the marrow of the human race, we can just use the Golden Core and Nascent Soul of spirit beasts. Lin Yi had to figure this out. This was the most important point. Since the Azure Cloud sect was going to become the leader of the 4 great sects, it was very necessary to protect the production of Spirit Jade in the Spirit Jade Immortal Vein. There was no better way to protect the marrow of the Spirit Vein than the Spirit Eater Beast clan. Now that he knew that the Spirit Eater Beast clan wasn't as described in the ancient records, Lin Yi didn't mind finding a path that both sides could accept and achieve a win-win goal. You're right. In reality, the Golden Core and Nascent Soul of Spirit Beasts are both inner cores, and the inner cores of Spirit Beasts are more suitable for nourishment than the Golden Core and Nascent Soul of humans at the same level. The old Spirit Eater Beast answered Lin Yi's question straightforwardly. Then why don't you let the human race use the inner cores of Spirit Beasts to exchange for the spots to mine Spirit Jade? I believe the human race would be willing to accept such an exchange. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he realized that his words were a little inappropriate. If that was possible, why wouldn't the Spirit Eater Beast clan do it? Sure enough, the old Spirit Eater Beast shook his head. Spirit Beasts are rare to begin with. How many spots can we exchange for with the inner cores of Spirit Beasts? Furthermore, if we do that, we'll expose the truth about the existence of our Spirit Eater Beast clan. When that time comes, the human race will most likely hunt us down at all costs and seize the opportunity to take over the entire Spirit Jade Immortal Vein. Even the marrow of the Spirit Vein will be secretly taken by the selfish human race. Lin Yi was left speechless by the old Spirit Eater Beast's evaluation of the human race. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of many humans, so there was really nothing more to say. How many people in the entire primordial era were like Lin Yi who didn't even covet the marrow of the spirit vein? You have the formation, so you shouldn't have to expose yourselves. Lin Yi couldn't comment on the human race's temperament, so he could only change the subject. That's indeed the case, but without any prior communication, how did you know that we could use the inner cores of spirit beasts to exchange for the spots? As long as there was communication, the existence of our Spirit Eater Beast clan would inevitably be exposed. However, now that you've appeared, you can act as a bridge between our Spirit Eater Beast clan and the human race. The question is, how many inner cores of spirit beasts can you find? Also, high-grade spirit beasts are extremely rare to begin with, so how many years can you last? The old Spirit Eater Beast's thought process was very clear and logical. Lin Yi nodded. He had already thought about this question and had already formulated a plan. Seeing as the golden cores and nascent souls of the human race and the inner cores of spirit beasts can all be used to nourish the marrow of the spirit vein, then the inner cores of sea beasts should also be usable, right? Chapter 55-76. You don't have to worry about that, I'll be in charge of this. As long as you think it's feasible, then we'll discuss in this direction. What do you think? Lin Yi wasn't being stubborn. After all, this was something that both sides could benefit from. In the endless ocean, no one knew how many sea beasts there were. In the shallow waters, there were mostly Foundation establishment stage sea beasts. Once they ventured out a little, Golden Core stage sea beasts would be more active. As long as the target was a Golden Core stage sea beast, it wouldn't be difficult for 4 big and 10 small nascent soul experts to form a team to hunt them. There had never been such an opportunity for cooperation before. Asking these high and mighty nascent soul old monsters to team up to hunt Golden Core stage sea beasts. They really couldn't afford to lose face, so the inner cores of sea beasts had always been a bit scarce. If they really came to an agreement, Lin Yi believed that at least Golden Core stage sea beast inner cores wouldn't be a problem. The old Spirit Eater nodded, then scratched its claws and calculated silently. After a while, it said, "How about this? 1 Golden Core stage sea beast inner core will be exchanged for 10 spots and 10 days of mining time. According to the upper limit you said, 200 people in half a year, that would be, how many was it? I just calculated it, wait, 10 for 1 inner core, 200 is, 20. Lin Yi was speechless. This old Spirit Eater had lived for so many years, but it seemed that it really hadn't learned how to calculate properly. Such a simple mathematical problem, its claws didn't seem to be enough. After waiting for a few minutes, Lin Yi was already speechless. He couldn't help but remind it, 360 Golden Core stage sea beast inner cores. 360 Golden Core stage sea beast inner cores. The old Spirit Eater's small eyes clearly showed some distrust. It seemed that the cunning image of humans was deeply ingrained in its heart. Fortunately, with Lin Yi's reminder, it was a lot easier to verify. After a while, the old Spirit Eater nodded happily. That's right, 360 Golden Core stage sea beast inner cores. As long as we have this amount of inner cores, we'll open half a year for you humans to come in and mine spirit jade. Lin Yi wiped his cold sweat and continued to ask, then how many Golden Core stage sea beast inner cores can a nascent soul stage sea beast inner core? The old spirit devouring beast didn't continue to struggle with its claws. After all, this was a relatively simple problem, and it immediately replied, let's go with a ratio of 1 to 5. 1 nascent soul stage sea beast core can be used as 5 Golden Core stage sea beast cores, and if all of them are nascent soul stage sea beast cores. Seeing the old Spirit Eater scratching its claws again, Lin Yi quickly said, Golden Core, it is 72 to be, right? That's right. It seemed that Lin Yi hadn't lied before and had won the old Spirit Eater's trust. This time, it didn't check its own calculations and immediately agreed with Lin Yi's answer. 360 golden core stage sea beast inner cores, or 72 nascent soul stage sea beast inner cores. This is indeed a huge fortune, but compared to the number of spots to mine the spirit jade immortal vein, it should be alright. Lin Yi muttered to himself. He was already thinking about how to organize this hunt after the Azure Cloud sect became the leader of the 4 great sections. The old Spirit Eater seemed to be very happy after obtaining this number. It also understood that the Spirit Jade Immortal vein was very large, and there were many rich, poor, and even useless veins. As long as it wasn't a nascent soul stage human who came to mine, even a golden core stage cultivator wouldn't be able to mine it very quickly. The amount of spirit jade that 200 people could consume in half a year definitely couldn't compare to the amount of nourishment from so many sea beast inner cores. In other words, this business was profitable. Also, with Lin Yi as the middleman, the method of collecting these sea beast inner cores wouldn't expose the spirit eater. As for the essence of the spirit vein, it was so deep underground that no one would dig it without knowing the truth. Lin Yi also mentioned the method of exchanging the sea beast inner cores. Can you set up an external interface for this formation? As long as you put in the sea beast inner cores, you can teleport the same amount of people in. No problem, we just need to make some slight adjustments. The old spirit eater said without hesitation. It had already thought about it. Now that it said it through Lin Yi's mouth, it wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the human race. Lin Yi nodded. That's for the best. I'll tell them after we go out that I found a hidden loophole in the formation. As long as we use the sea beast inner cores, we can teleport people in. Although there's still a time limit and the number of people, it's clearly much better than now. I'm sure they'll be very interested after hearing about it. That's for the best. If that's the case, our Spirit Eater Beast clan doesn't need to take the risk to hunt you humans. We can just rest and recuperate here. Maybe we can even produce more offspring. You'll become the benefactor of our Spirit Eater Beast clan. The old Spirit Eater said happily. Even the Spirit Eater Beast next to it didn't have the hostility it had towards Lin Yi after listening for a long time. Although Lin Yi had killed 3 Spirit Eater Beasts, as the old Spirit Eater Beast had said, it was a very sacred thing to contribute to the survival of the Spirit Eater Beast clan. Although the 3 Spirit Eater Beasts were killed by Lin Yi, it also allowed Lin Yi to appear here and reach an agreement that was very beneficial to the reproduction of the Spirit Eater Beast clan. Their sacrifice became meaningful. Then it's settled. Go and make the slight adjustments to the formation first, then give me the external interface. After I go out, I can also show it to them while convincing them. This will make it easier for them to believe me. Lin Yi thought that it was time for him to go out as soon as possible. He didn't know if Bing Wuqing was still waiting for him, so he urged the old Spirit Eater Beast to hurry up. Go and do it, and take our guest back to the surface. The old Spirit Eater didn't want to waste time either. He immediately ordered the only surviving member of his clan to do the job and take Lin Yi away. The agreement had been reached, but the super alchemic fire bomb in Lin Yi's hand was still there. The faint power it exuded made the old Spirit Eater Beast panic. It was best to send Lin Yi away as soon as possible, lest he accidentally destroyed the spirit vein essence. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Chapter 55-77. After all, this alchemic fire bomb was just a scare tactic. It didn't have much power, so it was easy to cancel it. The old Spirit Eater and the little Spirit Eater were visibly more relaxed. It seemed that the super alchemic fire bomb was a great deterrent to them. Then I'll take my leave. If there's a chance, I'll come visit the old clan leader again. Lin Yi casually cupped his hands at the old Spirit Eater and transformed into his primordial spirit form. He used Pursuing Shadow and attached himself to the little Spirit Eater. The little Spirit Eater screeched at the old Spirit Eater, then turned around and scurried up, quickly disappearing into the rock stratum above. Without this Spirit Eater, it wasn't that Lin Yi couldn't go back in his primordial spirit form, but it was hard to say how long it would take. After a while, the little spirit eater brought Lin Yi back to the tunnel above ground. It handed Lin Yi a small triangular flag the size of half a palm, then turned around and left. Although Lin Yi was the benefactor of the Spirit Eater clan, he had killed 3 Spirit Eater beasts, so he was also the little Spirit Eater's enemy. The little Spirit Eater knew that it shouldn't continue to hate Lin Yi, but it was impossible for it to be nice to Lin Yi right away. Lin Yi didn't mind. He looked at the triangular flag and knew that it was the key used to exchange the sea beast's core for a teleportation slot. It could be activated after injecting vital chi into it. Of course, the little Spirit Eater hadn't finished adjusting the formation, so there was no point in activating it. He put it in his pocket. It was such a small flag, so there was no need to put it in the space of the jade pendant. He had to take it out later anyway, so it didn't take up much space in his pocket. The tunnels here were all the same. Lin Yi didn't know if the little Spirit Eater was taking revenge on him. The place he was sent to was obviously not the place he had left. He couldn't even identify the direction, and he didn't know where Bing Wuching was. Forget it, I'll look for Bing Wuching first. Anyway, the Spirit Eater beasts won't attack again, so there's no danger here. If I really can't find her, I'll just go out first. 10 days are almost up, and I'll be able to see her soon after I go out. After Lin Yi made up his mind, he maintained his primordial spirit state and flew out with a whoosh. The feeling of flying was very good. Anyway, there was nothing urgent, so it didn't matter if it was fun. After searching for half a day, Lin Yi did not find Bing Wuching, nor did he find any of the other 10 youngsters. The Spirit Jade Immortal Vein was indeed huge. Along the way, Lin Yi collected a lot of useless jade that was piled up on the ground. He had earned about 300,000 yuan. Since he had nothing to do, it was a good way to collect useless jade. He reckoned that the little spirit-eating beast had already fine-tuned the formation. Lin Yi did not plan to continue searching for Bing Wuching. He took out the void bag that he had prepared beforehand and filled it with spiritual jades. He activated the teleportation function and returned to Ruin Town. Another one. It's Lin Yi from the Blue Cloud sect. After nearly 10 days, after the spectators dispersed, a small half of them gathered on the last day. When they saw Lin Yi coming out, someone shouted. The nascent soul realm cultivators in the great perfection of the 4 great sects and families were not here. After all, they could not wait here for 10 days. They would only come back to host the verification of the competition when the time was almost up. Lin Yi looked up and saw that the people who came out earlier had not left. They were all sitting on the platform and cultivating. On the side were Ling Tianyu, Jin Weifeng, and Yi Qingqing, whom Lin Yi had sent out first. Yi Tongxian from Yiling's sect had also come out early. Lin Yi did not meet him before, so he was not killed by the Spirit Eater beast. He did not know why he came out earlier. As expected, Bing Wuching hadn't come out yet. It seemed like she was still waiting for Lin Yi. She would probably be automatically teleported out when the 10 days were up. The invincible primeval race hadn't come out either, and neither had the 2 old men from the Chu family. The nascent soul realm cultivators from the other clans hadn't come out either. Seeing Lin Yi come out, Jin Weifeng was the first to stand up and say with a smile, "Martial Granduncle, you've finally come out. This disciple is getting impatient from waiting." Ling Tianyu also came over. Smiling, he patted Jin Weifeng's shoulder and said, "Is there anyone who is impatient waiting for your martial granduncle? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Master Lin." Yi Qingqing and Yi Qingqing from the Yiling sect were much more restrained. They cupped their hands respectfully and stood to the side. Lin Yi smiled and greeted them one by one. He didn't lose many people on his side, so he was naturally in a good mood. The great elder of the ruins town came over. Seeing Lin Yi come out, he looked a little unhappy and muttered in a low voice, "There are only 10 days in a year, but these people have come out one by one. Could it be that the spiritual jades in the void bag can't hold them?" Of course, the void bag couldn't hold the spiritual jades. This was obviously a mockery of Lin Yi and the others. However, Lin Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him. Normally speaking, these 10 days should be fully utilized. After all, most of the spiritual jades in the small ancient underworld were produced in these 10 days. Let's wait together. The time is almost up. The rest of the people should come out soon," said Lin Yi. He asked everyone to sit down cross-legged and wait. The others had been waiting for several days. Of course, they didn't mind waiting for another half a day or a day. So, they all sat beside Lin Yi. They didn't practice, but just chatted casually. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the great elder of the ruins town didn't say anything. He turned around and sat down on a chair beside him. He would wait for the 4 great nascent soul realm cultivators to come out. When the 10 days were about to end, the 4 great experts came out in advance. When Shengguan Qingyun saw Lin Yi, she came over with a smile and sat cross-legged beside Lin Yi. She didn't put on any airs and chatted with everyone. This made Yi Qingqing and the others who didn't know the truth feel flattered. They felt that Shengguan Qingyun was really approachable. After a while, the 10 days were up. The few people who didn't come out appeared on the stage one by one. When Bing Wuqing saw Lin Yi, a rare smile appeared on her cold face. However, there were many people around Lin Yi, so she didn't come over. She just exchanged glances with Lin Yi and nodded to each other gently as a greeting. The onlookers and the 10 young people all returned to their own places. Seeing that the 20 people who went in had obviously come out less, the disciples of the sects who had fewer people looked a little gloomy. Chapter 55-78. The everyday sect was more miserable. 2 of them didn't come out, and one of them was a nascent soul stage grand elder. This was a great loss. As for Lin Yi's side, only the Soaring Heaven sect lost a gold core perfected peak. The others were all unscathed. This was a great fortune in misfortune. This time, the mining of the spirit jade was a failure. Not only did 5 masters fall, but many people left the spirit jade immortal vein early. They wasted the annual mining opportunity. They really didn't care about the big picture. The great elder of the ruins town said coldly. Although he didn't mention names, everyone knew who he was talking about. Not to mention, he kept glancing at Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi didn't argue, only looking at the elder with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He let him say what he wanted. After all, he'd know who was wasting time when he took out the spirit jades from the void bag. As for the agreement with the old spirit eater, Lin Yi didn't plan to say it immediately. No matter what, he had to wait until the Jadian sect became the head of the 4 great sections. Then he could carry it out legitimately. At the same time, he could build up the prestige of the Jadian sect, which had just become the head of the 4 great sections. If he said it now, it would only benefit the Qinkuan sect. If Lin Yi didn't say it, the others wouldn't say it. The great elder also knew when to stop. After all, Lin Yi was mysterious and unfathomable. He couldn't provoke him. It didn't matter if he provoked Lin Yi a little. If he really angered Lin Yi, the Qinkuan sect wouldn't be able to protect him. Next, we will check the Mind Spirit Jades to determine the score of the first round of the ranking competition. The Grand Elder of the ruined town picked up the 5 void bags expressionlessly and handed them over to someone to open. These were the void bags of the 5 fallen cultivators. When the time was up, the void bags returned to the Grand Elder. There are 2,373 spiritual jades in the 2 void bags of the everyday sect, 1,037 spiritual jades in the void bag of the Okuda clan, 1,037 spiritual jades in the void bag of the evil warding sect, 912 spiritual jades in the void bag of the Rising Heaven sect, and 765 spiritual jades in the void bag of the Rising Heaven sect. In the small Jianghu of ancient times, this amount of spiritual jades was considered a considerable amount of wealth. Unfortunately, under the premise that 5 experts had exchanged their lives for it, it was really not worth mentioning. Compared to the 10 days of mining, this number was far from being a lot. It should be because the time of death was relatively early. According to the rules, if someone dies during the mining process, the limit of 500 spiritual jades will be added to the sect as compensation. The Grand Elder of the ruined town looked at the temporary ranking and continued, therefore, the Everyday sect is temporarily ranked first with 3,373 spiritual jades. Okuda clan, please hand over the other void bag. The Grand Elder of the nascent soul stage of the Okuda clan didn't look good. Although the Everyday sect was already the worst, the Okuda clan didn't have much of an advantage in the first round of the competition. After the person in charge of opening the void bags received the second void bag from the Okuda clan, he quickly opened it and counted the spiritual jades in it. The real-time ranking immediately changed. The Okuda clan, who was originally in second place, was now ahead of the Everyday sect by a large margin. In the second void bag of the Okuda clan, there are 10,322 spiritual jades, a total of 11,859 spiritual jades. They are temporarily ranked first. The Grand Elder of the ruined town looked slightly better. The Okuda clan was under the Chinkuan sect. Although one of their members died, the result wasn't too bad. In previous years, these spiritual jades were considered to be above average. The Tribulation Crossing sage also nodded slightly. Compared to the 5-element sect, the loss of the Chinkuan sect was still acceptable. The only loss for the Okuda clan wasn't too bad. As for the head of the 5-element sect, Ma Zedon's face was really gloomy. Originally, the 5-element sect had 3 sects in the 10 small sects, the Everyday sect, the Evil Warding sect, and the Wind Warding sect. In the end, the Wind Warding sect was directly eliminated from the 10 small sections. This time, the Everyday sect was completely wiped out. Out of more than 3,000 spiritual jades, it would be good if they could get 20 to 30% of it. The Evil Warding sect was also in the same boat. After the death of a Gold Core perfected realm cultivator, it was almost impossible for them to get more spiritual jades. Speaking of which, a total of 5 people died. 3 of them were from the 5-element sect. This time, there were only 4 people from the 5-element sect. This was really bad luck. It would be strange if Ma Zedon was happy about it. Hand over the void bag of the Evil Warding sect. The Grand Elder of the ruined town calculated the number of sects that had lost a member first. Therefore, Zhao Dan was already prepared. When the Grand Elder of the ruined town said that, he immediately handed over the void bag. To be honest, Zhao Dan didn't feel sad. This time, the Gold Core perfected realm cultivator who died was originally from Enchanting's faction. Although after Enchanting was killed by Lin Yi, this Gold Core perfected realm cultivator decided to join Zhao Dan's faction. However, Zhao Dan knew that this person wasn't sincere. This kind of person's death was really not a pity. The only pity was that he died too early. The Evil Warding sect has a total of 9,734 spiritual jades. They are currently ranked second. The Grand Elder of the ruined town didn't report the exact number of spiritual jades Zhao Dan had obtained. He only reported the total number of spiritual jades Zhao Dan had obtained. Ma Zedon's expression became a little better. Zhao Tong had worked hard. Although he had lost a disciple, compared to those disciples from the Shengguan clan, he shouldn't be any weaker, maybe even stronger. Ma Zedon's expression became slightly better. Next, the nascent soul cultivator from the Soaring Heaven sect gave Lin Yi a void bag. Lin Yi hadn't met him before, so he didn't give him any spiritual jades. All the spiritual jades in the void bag were obtained by the nascent soul cultivator himself. He was teleported out at the last moment, so Lin Yi didn't have the chance to give him more spiritual jades. The Soaring Heaven sect wouldn't be at the bottom anyway. In the later stages of the competition, Lin Yi just needed to help them get as many points as possible. In the end, the Soaring Heaven sect's spiritual jades barely reached 8,000 spiritual jades. With the Shengguan clan's teleportation ranking, it was already a great achievement. Looking at the spiritual jades and the Soaring Heaven sect's spiritual jades, Ma Zedong finally let out a sigh of relief. At least he felt a little happier. When he was unlucky, what could make him feel better than seeing someone else being unlucky as well? Chapter 55-79. Yin Yun Sect, a total of 20,714 pieces of spiritual jades, ranked first for now. The Great Elder of Ruins Town revealed a rare smile. As a member of the Qinkuan sect, he was, of course, very happy to see such a performance from the Qinkuan sect. Snow Sword Sect, a total of 28,526 pieces of spiritual jades, ranked first, surpassing Yin Yun Sect. This time, the Great Elder of Ruins Town was very happy. Although the Snow Sword Sect was also under the Qinkuan sect, they were very close to Lin Yi. Especially after Yu Taizong and the others died, the Qinkuan sect felt that the Snow Sword Sect was getting out of control. Therefore, when he saw the number of spiritual jades from the Snow Sword Sect, he was more surprised than happy. Looks like the Snow Sword Sect will take first place this time. This number has never appeared before. It's definitely a record, Sage Du Jie said with a smile. Although the Snow Sword Sect and the Qinkuan sect were in a state of separation, they were still under the Qinkuan sect after all. With this title, the glory of the Snow Sword Sect was the glory of the Qinkuan sect. Ma Zedong snorted and did not say anything. Qi Dalai only smiled. Currently, Yiling's sect was the only sect in the Awakening Heavens sect. However, Yi Qingqing from Yiling's sect had left long ago. Yi Tongxian was not too late either. Naturally, Qi Dalai did not hold much hope. Only Shangguan Qingyun snorted and said, "What? Just because your Qinkuan sect can teleport to the rich vein area, does that mean you will definitely win? You don't even need to check the rest, do you? Does the Shangguan family head think that there is another sect that can surpass the Snow Sword sect?" Sage Du Jie chuckled. He was afraid of Lin Yi, but no matter how powerful Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to come out early and produce a large amount of spiritual jades, right? They had to be mined, and they had to be mined from the rich vein area right from the start. They had to not waste any time. Whether there is or not, we will know after we check. Shangguan Qingyun said with an unfriendly expression. In fact, he wasn't very confident either. The location where the Shangguan clan teleported to wasn't a good location to begin with. If they wanted to find the rich vein, they would have to waste a lot of time. Not to mention, there would be a lot of people who would come out in advance, including Lin Yi. To be honest, Shangguan Qingyun had the same opinion as the others. He felt that it would be great if the few sects under the Shangguan clan could surpass those dead sections. This could be considered a mid-tier ranking, and it should be enough. However, when he saw the tribulation transcending sage's expression, Shangguan Qingyun felt extremely uncomfortable. The Leaf Spirit sect has mined a total of 21,892 pieces of spiritual jade, temporarily ranked second. The Great Elder of Ruins Town could hardly believe his own eyes. It was normal for the Snow Sword faction to mine a lot of spirit jades. After all, they were in the rich vein area when they entered. Moreover, Bing Wuqing and Hong Qingyuan were teleported out after the time was up. They were the epitome of diligence. What about the Leaf Spirit sect? When did Yi Qingqing come out? Is there a full day? This was no different from a direct death, right? The minimum amount of spiritual jade that could be used to activate the void bag was 500 spiritual jades. Therefore, no one had ever doubted how many spiritual jades Yi Qingqing had. As for Yi Tongxian, he came out after 6 or 7 days. How did he get over 21,000 spiritual jades? Could it be that he happened to come across a spiritual jade mountain that had been mined? The audience was in an uproar. No one had expected such an outcome. After Qi Dalai recovered from the shock, he smiled happily. No matter how the Leaf Spirit sect did it, they were the only seedlings of the Enlightened Heaven sect among the top 10. Being able to get second place was a very honorable thing. The tribulation transcending sage said to the great elder of Ruins Town expressionlessly, "Continue." After all, the Leaf Spirit sect was a branch of the Enlightened Heaven sect, and it was the only branch. If they continued to fight, the Enlightened Heaven sect would definitely lose face. In the past, it wouldn't matter, but now, with the rise of the Shengguan clan and the strange and unpredictable Blue Cloud sect, the tribulation transcending sage wanted to rope in the Enlightened Heaven sect, a relatively neutral sect. Therefore, he didn't want any unnecessary situations to happen. Besides, the sudden movement of the Leaf Spirit sect made the tribulation transcending sage feel uneasy. Could it be that the other sects of the Shengguan clan were acting the same way as the Leaf Spirit sect? It couldn't be that strange, right? Since his boss had spoken, the great elder of Ruins Town could only do as he was told. He immediately asked someone to open the void bag of the Chu family. Lin Yi wasn't able to find the 2 disciples from the Chu family. Furthermore, this was the first time that the Chu family had entered the top 10, so no one had high expectations for them, including Lin Yi himself. However, the final result shocked everyone. The 2 disciples from the Chu family had obtained a total of 20,715 spiritual jades, 1 piece more than the Yin Yun sect. They had even replaced the Yin Yun sect as the temporary 3rd place. Let alone the disciples from the Yin Yun sect, even the tribulation transcending sage almost vomited blood. Was this done on purpose? How could there be such a coincidence? Lin Yi also looked at the 2 disciples from the Chu family in amazement. These 2 old men's mining abilities were off the charts. They were actually able to obtain such an amazing result in such a difficult situation. This was truly impressive. If the Leaf Spirit sect and the Chu family were already amazing, then the Thousand Blade sect's result was truly shocking. Ling Tianyu was taken care of by Lin Yi, but the invincible ancient immemorial didn't encounter Lin Yi. He completely mined by himself. However, the invincible ancient immemorial was, after all, a veteran nascent soul stage cultivator, and he was also very experienced in mining spiritual jades. However, the final sum of the 2 disciples exceeded 30,000 spiritual jades, which immediately caused an uproar. The record that the Snow Sword sect had just broken was once again broken by the Thousand Blade sect. Furthermore, one of them, Ling Tianyu, had only stayed inside for 1 day. Now, no one would think that they were wasting their precious time by coming out first. They would only think that they were wasting their resources. If they could obtain so many spiritual jades in 1 day, wouldn't it be at least 7 or 8 times more in 10 days? How many spiritual jades would that be? How many more spiritual jades would the people of the ancient Jianghu get? After the shock, everyone couldn't help but start discussing. The Thousand Blade sect's performance in the top 10 had already been very amazing. They didn't expect that it would be the same in the top 10. Could it be that this sect with only 2 disciples was really going to soar into the sky in 1 go? Cheating. Ling Tianyu must have cheated. Wei Yidao suddenly jumped out and roared hysterically. Wei Tianbao was dead, and the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't manage to enter the top 10. His hatred for Ling Tianyu had almost driven him crazy. Chapter 5580. The great elder of Ruins Town was speechless at Wei Yidao. Why was it this idiot again? Although Wei Yidao was a disciple of Qinkuan's sect, the great elder felt that Ling Tianyu's biggest failure was not killing him. Whether he cheated or not, what did it have to do with you? Ling Tianyu didn't mind spiritual jades, but you, Wei Yidao, did. Did you see it with your own eyes whether it was cheating or not? Even if it was cheating, as long as you took out 30,000 spiritual jades to cheat, this daddy would welcome it. As if Ling Tianyu had sensed the great elder's thoughts, Ling Tianyu directly sneered and said, I did cheat. I took out 30,000 spiritual jades to cheat. This young master has a lot of spiritual jades. Come over, I promise I won't smash you to death with spiritual jades. The audience immediately burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Ling Tianyu was being sarcastic. Who the hell would take out 30,000 spiritual jades to cheat? How retarded would one have to be to do something like that? Well, no matter how retarded one was, they wouldn't do such a thing. Because only a smart person like Lin Yi would do such a thing. However, at this moment, Lin Yi was looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, silently reflecting in his heart. He had collected more than 1 million spiritual jades, but he only took out a few tens of thousands. Was it not kind enough? The great elder of Ruins Town glanced at Daoist Transcending Tribulation. Seeing that Daoist Transcending Tribulation didn't say anything, he turned to Wei Yidao and reprimanded, Wei Yidao, your Tyrant Blade School isn't one of the 4 big and 10 small ones. You have no right to speak here. Leave immediately, or your Tyrant Blade School will be expelled from Ruins Town. Being expelled from Ruins Town meant that the Tyrant Blade School wouldn't be allowed to participate in the next immemorial grand meeting. They could only re-enter after the next one. The great elder of Ruins Town was extremely fed up with Wei Yidao, which was why he gave such a warning. Wei Yidao's face alternated between green, white, and red. The grievance in his heart was indescribable. However, the people of the Tyrant Saber School did not dare to offend the great elder of Ruin Town. They hurriedly pulled Wei Yidao, who was unwilling to give up, back, and this episode officially came to an end. Although no one believed that the Thousand Blades faction had used their own spiritual jades to cheat, let alone 30,000, they might not even be able to take out 3,000 spiritual jades. However, this matter still caused the crowd to discuss endlessly, and they came up with all sorts of even more outrageous conclusions. However, with a single sentence from the great elder of Ruins Town, this noisy situation immediately disappeared without a trace. It was as if everyone had lost the ability to speak in an instant. The Clear Sky sect has a total of more than 40,000 spirit jades. The great elder of Ruins Town didn't even want to say the exact number, because it was meaningless. No sect had ever achieved 40,000 spirit jades before. Of course, no sect had ever achieved 30,000 spirit jades, and it was naturally impossible for them to achieve 40,000 spirit jades. However, if it was 30,000 spirit jades, they could at least imagine and look forward to it. As for 40,000 spirit jades, no one had the guts to even think about it. But the Clear Sky sect had achieved it directly. The whole audience was silent. This was no longer something that could be described as shock. Everyone looked at Lin Yi and Jin Weifeng in a daze, including Sheng Wanqin Yun, who was very confident in Lin Yi. Only those who had received spiritual jades from Lin Yi didn't find it strange. Since Lin Yi could give them tens of thousands of spiritual jades, wasn't it normal for him to keep 20 or 30,000 for himself? So to say, our Clear Sky sect is the champion of this event. 10 points, not bad. When the whole audience was silent, Lin Yi suddenly said with a light smile. Everyone was speechless. 10 points was already the highest score, and it was not bad. That was very good. What should they do? Did they even put very good in their eyes? Our Thousand Blades faction is second, with 9 points, not bad. Ling Tianyu also joined in the fun and said with a laugh. The whole audience despised this pretentious guy. There were only 2 of you, and 9 points was not bad. Was it super good? You were already second, what else did you want? Bing Wuching twitched the corner of her mouth and said stiffly, third, 8 points, not bad. Well, for the Snow Sword faction, this result could only be said to be not bad. Bing Wuching was a practical person. In fact, everyone was too tired to complain in their hearts. You can talk all you want, do you really need to maintain the formation? Yiling faction was fourth, with 7 points, and the Chu family was fifth, with 6 points, not bad. Sage Du Jia and Ma Zayden's faces were livid. When the rankings were all out, they realized that the Shangguan family was simply going against the natural order. Apart from the Rising Sky sect, who had lost one disciple, and finally surpassed the even more unlucky Everyday sect, getting 2 points from the bottom, the Clear Sky sect and the Thousand Blades faction took the first and second places. Although the third and fourth places were from the Qianquan sect and the Enlightening Sky sect, everyone knew that they were close to the Clear Sky sect's Lin Yi. Being close to the Clear Sky sect was equivalent to being close to the Shangguan family. Damn it, the fifth place was also from the Shangguan family, the newly promoted 10 Minor Chu family. The top 5 contestants of the first event were either directly from the Shangguan clan, or they were indirectly related to the Shangguan clan. Dao Master Crossing Tribulation and Ma Zayden exchanged a glance. From the look in each other's eyes, they could tell that they were thinking the same thing. Join forces. They had to join forces. Otherwise, the rise of the Shangguan family would be unstoppable, and the unlucky ones would definitely be either of them, or none of them. Lin Yi glanced at them, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, and saw the silent exchange between the two. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. It was a little too late to think of joining forces now. Besides, was it really good to treat the Shangguan family as an opponent? The one that was going to rise was the Shangguan family, but the one that was going to soar was the Clear Sky sect. After looking away, Lin Yi had a faint smile on his face as he celebrated with the others. Although it was expected, they had still managed to take the top 5 spots, so it would be weird if they weren't happy at all. Besides, looking at Sage Du Jia, Ma Zayden, and Wei Yidao's depressed expressions, Lin Yi's mood was getting better and better. Maybe they should do the same thing in the next category. Let everyone continue to watch them being unhappy so happily. Now, let's talk about the second category of the top 10 minor competition. Everyone quiet down. The Great Elder of Ruins Town was not happy with the Shangguan family's joyful expressions, so he quickly interrupted their celebration with a cold voice. The people on and off the stage slowly quieted down, and they all looked at the Great Elder. Chapter 5581. The Grand Elder of the ruined town scanned the stage and the audience. He was satisfied with the effect of his words, so he continued, the second round of the competition is to hunt for the inner cores of sea beasts. Everyone knows that the inner cores of sea beasts are the main ingredients for alchemy. They can even be said to be strategic resources. In terms of importance, they are no less important than mining spiritual jades. Before he finished speaking, people below the stage had already begun to whisper. Yes, sea beast cores were important resources, everyone knew this, but at the same time, hunting sea beast cores was also a very dangerous thing. Although most of the sea beasts in the coastal waters were at the Foundation establishment stage, there was almost no risk for Golden Core or nascent soul stage masters to hunt them, but if too many sea beasts were hunted, the smell of blood left behind by the sea beasts after their deaths would attract powerful sea beasts from the deep sea, and not just 1 or 2 of them would appear. It was like a school of sharks in the secular world, or even more serious, a large group of sea beasts would directly riot. Quiet! The Grand Elder of Ruins Town shouted, obviously very dissatisfied with the chaos below the stage. After the voices below the stage stopped, he said expressionlessly, the rules for hunting sea beast cores are very simple. The 10 small ones will still send out 2 people each, and the sea beast cores hunted will be calculated according to their level. For the Sea Beast cores of the Foundation Establishment stage, the early and middle stage will be 1 point, the late stage will be 2 points, the peak stage will be 3 points, the early Golden Core stage will be 10 points, the middle stage will be 15 points, the late stage will be 20 points, the peak stage will be 25 points, and the Nascent Soul stage will be 10 times the points of the Golden Core stage. This method of calculating points was not bad. At least it was much clearer than the old Spirit Eater's vague Golden Core stage and Nascent Soul stage. Lin Yi now thought about the old Spirit Eater's Nascent Soul stage and Golden Core stage Sea Beast Core's ratio of 1 to 5, and it was really arbitrary. The one with the highest total points will get 10 points for the sect ranking, and so on, and the points will be added to the first competition. When the Grand Elder said this, he thought of the first round of rankings, and suddenly felt a little awkward, so he curled his lips and omitted the rest of the words. If each family only sends out 2, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? As long as they don't go to the deep sea, they won't provoke 2 powerful sea beasts. The Grand Elder stopped talking, and the audience began to discuss again. If there are only 20 people in total, it won't cause a riot. Unless these 20 people start a massacre and turn the coastal waters into a sea of blood, then those powerful sea beasts will be attracted. Don't be silly, these 20 people are definitely the strongest of the 10 small ones. How can they hunt 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment sea beasts in the coastal waters? How can they hunt 1 or 2 in the coastal waters? They should at least go deeper to hunt 1. For the experts participating in the competition, it's not a problem for them to kill Golden Core stage sea beasts in groups of 2. Moreover, there aren't many of them, so they won't disturb the sea beasts and scare them into hiding. If we really startle those powerful sea beasts, who knows who will be the one scaring the other? For a moment, there were all sorts of comments below the stage. Moreover, after a few sentences, the topic seemed to have drifted away. However, this time, the Great Elder of Ruins Town did not intend to stop them. After all, what needed to be said had been said. Now, it was time for 10 Little to digest the information. Uncle Master, why don't you let me follow you on this sea beast hunt? Jean Weifeng moved closer to Lin Yi and smiled brightly. It was obvious that he wanted to continue following Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed and said, "No problem. You really need to train more. This is also a rare opportunity." Jean Weifeng was overjoyed. After thanking him with a smile, he turned around to report to Xianijia. The second segment of the competition came at the right time for Lin Yi. In the future, he would have to use the inner cores of sea beasts to trade for the Spirit Jade Immortal Vein quota with the Spirit-Eating Beast clan, and hunting sea beasts was an unavoidable hurdle for him. This small-scale competition was a good opportunity for him to see how difficult it was to hunt sea beasts. Speaking of which, in this competition, hunting Nascent Soul Realm sea beasts was clearly the best. After all, they could obtain a lot of points. If they wanted to exchange for the quota to mine spiritual jades, Golden Core Realm sea beasts seemed to be more suitable. After all, it was rather dangerous for the people of the immemorial underworld to hunt Nascent Soul Realm sea beasts. Golden Core Realm sea beasts were much safer and easier. No matter what, he should take this opportunity to hunt all Golden Core and Nascent Soul sea beasts. Only after trying would he be able to find the most suitable way to trade. Lin Yi thought about it and turned to look for Bing Wuqing and the others to explain the plan of action for hunting sea beasts. Seeing that it was almost time, the Elder of Ruins Town spoke again. "Have all the sects finished discussing? The candidates for the second segment of the competition have been decided. Let's go." Basically, the candidates for the 10 small sects were still those who had participated in the spiritual jade mining. However, because of the higher casualty rate in the first segment, those sect leaders did not participate. Instead, they changed to other disciples. For example, Hong Yuanqing of the Snow Sword sect was replaced by Leng Leng, and Yi Qingqing of the Yiling sect was replaced by Duan Miyu. Of course, these two sects made this exchange mostly to let Lin Yi take care of them. After all, they all knew that there was an ambiguous relationship between Lin Yi and Leng Leng and Duan Miyu. He would never put them in any danger. In terms of safety, these two little golden core beauties were much better than the two sect leaders. 20 small flying spirit beasts landed on the high platform under the command of the Elder of Ruins Town. They were going to hunt sea beasts. Of course, it could not be in the primordial mountains. These flying spirit beasts were to send the participants there. It would be much more convenient for everyone to have a flying spirit beast. The place to hunt sea beasts and obtain their cores is the sea area closest to the primordial mountains. Of course, this sea area is also a part of the primordial endless sea. They are all connected, so don't stray too far from the coastline. Otherwise, if you are attacked by powerful sea beasts, no one can save you. The Great Elder of Ruins Town gave a routine warning. In reality, if they really did that, they would only be able to hunt Foundation Establishment stage sea beasts in the coastal waters. Points like 1, 2, 3, and 3 were really not something the elites of the 10 small sects would want. Lin Yi glanced at those small flying spirit beasts. They were flying spirit beasts that were known for their speed. They were similar to the spirit birds on the Heaven Stage Island. They did not have any other special abilities. If they were to carry a load, they could only carry 2 people at most. It was most suitable for one person to ride. Chapter 5582. Yes, Martial Uncle. Disciple will remember. Jin Weifeng hurriedly replied respectfully. However, deep down in his heart, he didn't think much of it. Since he was following Lin Yi, how could there be any danger? After Lin Yi finished speaking, he continued observing those small flying spirit beasts. Of course, he didn't know what Jin Weifeng was thinking. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have seriously taught Jin Weifeng a lesson. In the endless sea, flying spirit beasts were their lifelines, and no amount of attention could be paid to them. Unless Jin Weifeng could fly using his primordial spirit like Lin Yi. Each flying spirit beast is marked with the mark of one of the 10 small sections. Once you find your own flying spirit beast, you can set off. The competition will last for 3 days, and you'll have to come back on your own. If you exceed the time limit, your score won't be counted. Everyone, please pay attention to this. The Great Elder of Ruins Town waved his hand, and the second round of the competition officially began. A cold smile emerged on Lin Yi's face. These small flying spirit beasts all looked the same on the surface, but just like how everyone had different heights, short, fat, skinny, strong, weak, and small, ordinary flying spirit beasts were all the same. The few best flying spirit beasts had already been marked with the Qinkuan sect and 5 elemental sect symbols. As for the ones from the Shengguan clan, they were all the weakest flying spirit beasts. Although the Qinkuan sect and the 5 element sect didn't do anything to these flying spirit beasts, the best flying spirit beasts were at least 10% stronger than the worst flying spirit beasts. Lin Yi didn't really care about this, but not everyone on Lin Yi's side could protect themselves in the endless sea. Of course, the stronger the flying spirit beasts, the better. In a critical moment, that 10% advantage could save their lives. Therefore, Lin Yi wouldn't allow the Qinkuan sect to do something like this. Wait. Why do we need to arrange these flying spirit beasts in advance? Isn't it better for us to choose ourselves? Lin Yi appeared in front of the Great Elder of Ruins Town in a flash and asked calmly. The Great Elder's heart trembled. Facing Lin Yi head-on, he still felt a little weak. He couldn't help but take half a step back. After he came to his senses, he immediately stopped. However, in terms of aura, he was completely suppressed by Lin Yi. This is the rule. Why? Although the Great Elder of Ruins Town still pretended to be expressionless and arrogant, his tone completely revealed the anxiety in his heart. Rules are made by people. This rule is obviously not suitable. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he pointed at the ranking on the jade wall and said, "There's already a new ranking. Shouldn't we choose the flying spirit beasts according to this new ranking? If we still insist on the original method, then what's the point of fighting for this ranking?" Well said. I have long thought that this should be done. It's rare for Elder Lin to suggest it. Let's start now. Shengguan Qingyun immediately stood up to support Lin Yi. He originally wanted to call Lin Yi martial uncle, but after thinking that it wasn't the right time, he changed it to Elder Lin Yi. The great elder of Ruins Town still wanted to argue, but Sage Du Jie said, choosing the flying spirit beasts according to the new ranking of the 10 small ones is indeed a fairer method. Let's do it this way. Preparing the flying spirit beasts for one's own sect in advance was something that couldn't be done openly. Sage Du Jie knew that continuing to argue wouldn't do him any good. After all, the 4 big and 10 small ones were no longer the Qinkuan sect's words. There was no value in directly confronting the Shengguan clan and Lin Yi over such a trivial matter. However, since Shengguan Qingyun and Lin Yi took the initiative to speak, Sage Du Jie still had the upper hand. So, he continued to say, however, in order to make it fairer, I suggest that we choose the flying spirit beasts according to the ranking. This way, the last sect won't even have the chance to choose the flying spirit beasts. What do you all think? Of course, the 5 Elements sect agreed. After all, the last sect was the everyday sect. They had already lost 2 of their experts. If they didn't even have the chance to choose the flying spirit beasts, wouldn't it be very likely that 2 more of their experts would die? As usual, the Enlightening Heavens faction didn't express any opinion. Thus, Sage Du Jie's proposal was passed. Lin Yi didn't really care about it. After all, the top 5 disciples were all on his side. The number of outstanding flying spirit beasts and the weaker ones would be the same, around 5 or 6. In other words, the best flying spirit beasts would be chosen by Lin Yi's group, and the worst would be left at the end. As for the 10 flying spirit beasts in the middle, they were all about the same quality, so there wasn't much to choose from. It seemed like a fair proposal, but in fact, it didn't change much, since the decision had been made. Lin Yi, as the top disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, didn't hesitate to pick a flying spirit beast. He tore off the symbol of the Guiding Cloud sect, then turned to Jin Weifeng and said, "Weifeng, you can ride this flying spirit beast." "Thank you, Grand Uncle." Jin Weifeng didn't hesitate. He ran over with a smile and jumped onto the flying spirit beast. The face of Zhou Baixiang of the Guiding Cloud sect was as dark as ink. This was originally his flying spirit beast, and it was the best among the 20 flying spirit beasts. Now, it had become the mount of that little guy from the Blue Cloud sect. What made Zhou Baixiang's face even darker was that the flying spirit beast of the Snow Sword sect, which was also the one chosen by Lin Yi, had given the other flying spirit beast of the Guiding Cloud sect to Leng Leng of the Snow Sword sect. The Thousand Blades sect had chosen a flying spirit beast with the symbol of the Okuda clan. The Leaf Spirit sect, which was 4th, had also chosen a flying spirit beast with the symbol of the Okuda clan, which was given to Duanmuyu by Lin Yi. After the Chu clan was done choosing, there were no more high-grade flying spirit beasts left. The best ones left were only middle-grade flying spirit beasts. After the remaining 5 clans had chosen 1 spirit beast each, it was Blue Cloud sect's turn to choose again. The last 5 middle-grade flying spirit beasts were divided among themselves. The remaining 5 low-grade flying spirit beasts didn't need to be chosen anymore. After the selection was over, Lin Yi exchanged his middle-grade flying spirit beast with the Soaring Sky sect. After all, the Soaring Sky sect's ranking was too low. They only had 1 middle-grade and 1 low-grade flying spirit beast, which was too disadvantageous for them. 2 middle-grade flying spirit beasts were just a so-so. As for Lin Yi himself, he could fly in his primordial spirit state anyway. Having a low-grade flying spirit beast was enough. The 20 flying spirit beasts carried the top experts of the 10 clans and soared into the sky at the same time. They flew towards the endless sea at the edge of the primordial mountain range. The second round of the competition had officially begun. Chapter 5583. Cold Lang and Duanmu Yu both wanted to follow Lin Yi, but Lin Yi had the big third wheel, Jin Weifeng. Plus, they were too embarrassed to fight to team up with Lin Yi. In the end, they could only follow Bing Wuqing and Yi Tongxian. Uncle Master, did your disciple get in trouble? Jin Weifeng flew to Lin Yi's side after everyone had left, popping his head out to ask. Lin Yi laughed and said, "If you think you're in the way, you can jump down and fish the sea beast yourself." Jin Weifeng shrunk his neck and said with a smile, "I'm still very sensible. I won't be in the way at all. Forget about fishing for sea beasts. Don't think about those useless things. While we're still near the sea, hurry up and practice killing sea beasts." After Lin Yi said that, he controlled the flying spirit beast to get close to the surface of the sea. With a frenzy fire 8 trigram palm, he killed a late-stage Foundation Establishment sea beast underwater. A late-stage Foundation Establishment sea beast's inner core entered the space of the jade pendant smoothly. Looks like I'm still in the way and making Grandmaster unhappy. If I knew this would happen, I would have teamed up with Bing Wuqing and Yi Tongxian. Jin Weifeng muttered in a low voice, not daring to let Lin Yi hear him. Then, he cheered loudly, "Grandmaster is too awesome. Hunting sea beasts' inner cores couldn't be easier." After that, he imitated Lin Yi and got the flying spirit beast close to the surface of the sea. He unsheathed his long sword and used a simple vacuum sword wave to cut a Foundation Establishment perfected sea beast underwater into 2. Then, he wrapped the inner core with vital energy and put it into his pocket. Not bad. But with your strength, it seems like killing a Foundation Establishment sea beast is too easy. Let's continue deeper into the boundless sea and look for golden core sea beasts. Lin Yi nodded and used another frenzy fire 8 trigram palm to harvest a second Foundation Establishment sea beast's inner core. Sea beasts were naturally fond of hunting flying spirit beasts on the surface of the sea, especially flying spirit beasts that were ridden by humans. Therefore, when Lin Yi and Jin Weifeng approached the surface of the sea, they would naturally attract the attention of the sea beasts. Then, the hunters would become the hunted, and they would obediently offer up their inner cores. Jin Weifeng urged the flying spirit beast to keep up with Lin Yi. He grinned and said, "Martial Granduncle, it's really boring to hunt sea beasts at the Foundation Establishment stage. I don't think sea beasts at the Golden Core stage are that much stronger. Why don't we go look for sea beasts at the Nascent Soul stage? The inner core of an early stage Nascent Soul stage sea beast is worth 100 points. It's enough to match 100 early stage or mid-stage Foundation Establishment stage sea beasts. Actually, you can go hunt a sea beast at the peak of the Nascent Soul realm. I think you can do it," Lin Yi said without turning his head. Jin Weifeng was pleasantly surprised. "Martial Granduncle, is what you said true? Do you really think this disciple can kill a Nascent Soul realm sea beast? This is great. If he succeeded, he would be an idiot." "Martial Granduncle." Lin Yi laughed and no longer paid attention to Jin Weifeng. "I didn't say anything about an idiot. You said it yourself." The two of them flew towards the depths of the endless sea. Very soon, they flew out of the coastal waters and entered the area where there were more Golden Core stage sea beasts. Lin Yi's main purpose this time was to see how difficult it was to hunt sea beasts at the Golden Core stage or the Nascent Soul stage. Therefore, after he attacked twice, he let Jin Weifeng be the main attacker so that he could see more clearly. To be able to show off in front of Lin Yi, Jin Weifeng of course couldn't ask for more. Therefore, he attacked with all his might. However, Golden Core stage sea beasts were not so easy to deal with. In terms of strength, Jin Weifeng could still crush any Golden Core Stage Sea Beast. However, Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts were extremely vigilant. After realizing that the two of them were not to be trifled with, they would hide far away. Jin Weifeng could only attack up to a depth of 20 to 30 meters below sea level. Any deeper than that would be useless unless he also went deep into the sea. However, in that case, Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts might be able to crush Jin Weifeng instead. Martial Granduncle, these Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts are really cunning. After another attack failed, Jin Weifeng helplessly turned his head and said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi grunted in response. However, he was thinking that the inner cores of sea beasts were indeed not easy to obtain. It was already so difficult for a nascent soul stage expert to hunt a Golden Core Stage Sea Beast, let alone a nascent soul stage sea beast. If everyone was in such a state, it would not be easy to gather the 360 inner cores of Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts that he had agreed with the old Spirit Eater. Martial Granduncle, why don't I fly a distance away by myself? If I am alone, these cunning Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts might take the initiative to attack me. Jin Weifeng saw that Lin Yi did not have any special ideas, so he tentatively proposed his own idea. Lin Yi was slightly startled when he heard this. However, thinking that there were basically only Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts here, there shouldn't be any nascent Soul Stage Sea Beasts. Jin Weifeng's strength was enough to ensure his own safety. Thus, he nodded and said, "All right, be careful. If there are nascent Soul Stage Sea Beasts, don't fight them recklessly." In the boundless sea, Lin Yi's divine sense covered a relatively large area. Even from afar, he could see if there were any nascent Soul Stage Sea Beasts around Jin Weifeng. Therefore, it was definitely a good thing to let Jin Weifeng train alone. Disciple understands, Martial Granduncle, don't worry. Jin Weifeng agreed and immediately urged the flying spirit beast to fly away excitedly. Lin Yi paid attention to the direction Jin Weifeng was heading. He was not heading towards the depths of the boundless sea, but was flying parallel to the boundary between the coastal and deep sea. Thus, he did not say anything. After Jin Weifeng completely disappeared from his sight, Lin Yi slowly urged the flying spirit beast to slowly fly in that direction. At the same time, his divine sense was closely monitoring Jin Weifeng's movements. Sure enough, as Jin Weifeng expected, when he was alone, the alert Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts relaxed their vigilance, and some of the Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts that were attracted by him began to probe and attack Jin Weifeng. Jin Weifeng seized the opportunity and killed 2 Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts in a short period of time. He easily obtained 30 points. Not bad. It seems that this is a good way to hunt sea beasts. However, it is a bit dangerous. After all, I am alone in this area. Without the strength of a nascent soul stage, it is better not to try it. Lin Yi revealed a smile. No matter what, this was a good way to complete the deal with the old eater. In this area, there was no lack of Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts. As long as the 4 big and 10 small nascent soul stage experts could put down their pride, it would not take too long to collect 360 Golden Core Stage Sea Beasts' inner cores. Chapter 5584. Lin Yi was planning the future development of the ancient underworld in his heart when he suddenly exclaimed. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sea and his face quickly darkened. Noticing that Jin Weifeng was fine for the time being and that he was able to deal with the Golden Core Stage Sea Beast with ease, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and immediately urged the flying spirit beast to fly in that direction at full speed. At the edge of Lin Yi's divine sense, he happened to find Duanmu Yu who was being chased. At this time, she was not with Yi Tongxian and he did not know what had happened. Fortunately, Duanmu Yu's flying spirit beast was better. Although it was not a match for the 2 people behind her, with the speed of the flying spirit beast, her life was not in danger for the time being. For the first time, Lin Yi felt that a low-level flying spirit beast was really not enough. He had to change to at least a mid-level flying spirit beast later. As Duanmuyu was also flying in the direction of Lin Yi, the distance between the two sides was quickly narrowing. Soon, Lin Yi could see 3 black spots in the distant sky and return to normal in a short period of time. Lin Yi could even see the anxious expression on Duanmuyu's face. Lin Yi. Duanmuyu also saw Lin Yi and immediately cried out in surprise. She originally wanted to fly to the deep sea and then use the golden core stage sea beast in the deep sea to stop the 2 pursuers behind. Although it was dangerous, it was the only way to escape now. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be here. With Lin Yi's help, the 2 bastards at the back wouldn't even be able to take one hit. The 2 people who had been chasing Duanmuyu naturally saw Lin Yi, but after looking at each other, they did not intend to give up the chase. They just slowed down a little. Lin Yi had already seen that Duanmuyu was not hurt, and the anger in his heart dissipated a little. Seeing the 2 people slow down and let Duanmuyu pass, he blocked in front of them. "Are you 2 from the everyday sect? Why are you chasing after a girl?" Lin Yi directed the flying spirit beast to hover in front of Duanmuyu and asked with a cold expression. If it was in the past, Lin Yi would have fought first, but now, for the sake of future plans, Lin Yi didn't want to kill for no reason, so he gave them a chance to explain. These 2 people were indeed from the everyday sect. It had to be said that the strength of this sect was still quite good. Although 2 experts died in the first round, this time they still sent out an early Yuanying stage and a peak Jidon stage, but the aura of the early Yuanying stage was not very stable. He should have just broken through in the past 2 days. Lin Yi, right? I know that you're a martial granduncle of the Azure Cloud sect, and there are rumors that you're very powerful, not inferior to a perfected nascent soul cultivator. However, this is a matter between the everyday sect and the Leaf Spirit sect, so I hope that you won't interfere. The early nascent soul cultivator cupped his fist in a salute and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This was also because Lin Yi was still showing the strength of the peak foundation establishment stage. After all, rumors were rumors. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't completely believe it. Hee, you know that I am very strong, but you still dare to bully my, Lin Yi's, woman in front of me? Are you tired of living? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Don't talk to me about the fight between sects, just tell me what it is for." Duanmuyu, who was behind Lin Yi, heard Lin Yi say that she was his woman, blushed slightly, but her heart was as sweet as honey. Without waiting for the 2 guys to speak, she directly took out a sea beast's Niden of the late Jidon stage and said, "They are chasing me for this Niden. We originally found the sea beast of the Jidon stage first. You stole our Niden, and you still have the face to say that we stole your Niden." The other cultivator of the peak Jidon stage pointed at Duanmuyu and shouted loudly. No one knew if he was trying to increase his volume to increase his courage to face Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked back and was also speechless. It was just a Niden of the late Jidon stage. Was it necessary to chase people like this? Didn't they see that the sea below was already full of Jidon stage sea beasts? But then again, the offshore sea beasts were basically at the foundation stage. It was rare for a sea beast of the Jidon stage to appear. It was indeed easy to cause a fight. But the 2 people of the everyday sect, even here, could easily hunt the sea beasts of the Jidon stage. If they had time to chase Duanmuyu, it would be better to hunt here. Lin Yi, don't listen to his nonsense. If the sea beast he saw was his, then wouldn't the entire endless sea belong to the everyday sect? Of course, Duanmuyu knew that Lin Yi would help him unconditionally, but he still retorted angrily. Lin Yi smiled and comforted him, "I know, leave this matter to me." After saying that, Lin Yi's mind moved, and the golden core stage sea beast's core in Duanmuyu's hand was put into the jade pendant space. With his strength equivalent to the peak of Mystic Ascension middle stage, using the Jade Pendant space in front of these two guys would definitely not be noticed by them. The two guys of the Everyday sect had been staring at the Niden in Duanmuyu's hand, but they didn't expect that the Niden would suddenly disappear into thin air. They were a little dumbfounded. One of them rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief to confirm that the Niden was really gone. Duanmuyu couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw the dumbfounded look of these two guys. There was no need to ask to know that this must be Lin Yi's doing. Duanmuyu had seen the mysterious space before. The Niden that disappeared must have been taken into that space by Lin Yi. Lin Yi pretended to be surprised, and then said lazily, "It's really strange, why did the Niden suddenly disappear? Now that the thing is gone, why are you still fighting? Hurry up and disperse, if you have time, you might as well clean up the gold core stage sea beasts below." The two of them subconsciously looked in the direction that Lin Yi was pointing at, only to realize that they were already at the edge of the coastal sea. Below the sea, there were gold core stage sea beasts, but because there were 4 people and flying spirit beasts in the air, those sea beasts were hiding deep and would not take the initiative to attack. In order to fulfill the agreement with the old spirit eater, Lin Yi had done his best, and he even directly taught these two guys who were a little silly. Chapter 5585. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator seemed to think that since he had just broken through, he had enough strength to face Lin Yi. After all, rumors were just rumors. The Lin Yi in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, was just a weak chicken with the strength of a foundation establishment perfected. Lin Yi chuckled, he was really fooled by this idiot. However, an idiot who couldn't see the situation clearly could already be considered mentally retarded. Lin Yi just wanted to have a little more strength when hunting the Aurus Core stage sea beasts, but if they really wanted to court death, Lin Yi couldn't possibly stop them. "Where do you think I have an inner core?" Lin Yi spread out his hands, indicating that he really didn't have an inner core on him. This early-stage nascent soul cultivator saw that Lin Yi was showing some weakness, and immediately became arrogant. He thought that Jadian sect's Lin Yi was really famous, it was really just a rumor. "I see that you have an inner core everywhere. Since you don't want to hand it over, then don't blame me for being impolite." This early-stage nascent soul cultivator shouted, and stretched out his right hand to grab Lin Yi's collar. He really looked down on Lin Yi to the extreme, thinking that he could pick up Lin Yi and hang him up to beat him up. Lin Yi sighed helplessly, why was it so difficult to let him go? Did he have to be happy only after looking for a beating? Speaking of which, if this guy's face was really asking for a beating, then he would reluctantly help him. The divine sense whirlpool instantly hit this early-stage nascent soul cultivator, and at the same time, Lin Yi casually slapped him, directly sending him flying. After floating on the back of the flying spirit beast for a distance, he fell in a perfect parabola into the endless sea. The other golden core perfection cultivator of the Everyday sect was as silent as a cicada in winter, not even daring to move a finger. Even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator was sent flying without a single move. He, a golden core perfection cultivator, wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the opponent's teeth. "Hey, aren't you going to save your companion?" Although he can deal with the golden core stage sea beasts for now, there's an early nascent soul stage sea beast that just happened to pass by, and it seems like it wants to take a share. Lin Yi retracted his palm and turned to the golden core full circle cultivator with a smile. "That's right. An original infant stage sea beast." The golden core paragon was shocked. This was not a level that he could deal with. His companion was in the sea and his strength was being suppressed. It would be good if he could fight on equal grounds with him. How could he fight against an original infant stage sea beast? Just as he was about to command the flying spirit beast to descend to save them, the pressure of a nascent soul stage sea beast rose. In this sea, nascent soul stage sea beasts were definitely overlords. Just like the golden core stage sea beast that Duanmuyu had hunted before, in the area of Foundation Establishment stage sea beasts, they were overlords. Ah! Help! It really is an original infant stage sea beast. The early infant stage nascent soul stage cultivator that was slapped into the sea by Lin Yi struggled with all his might. He wanted to leap into the air, but he was held back by an inexplicable force. It was extremely difficult for him to even come out of the water to breathe, let alone leave the sea. The original infant stage sea beast was extremely domineering. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow the early infant stage nascent soul stage cultivator. The early infant stage cultivator was dumbfounded when he saw the bloody mouth. He even forgot to do the most basic defense in dodging. Lin Yi curled his lips. This early infant stage fellow was really weak. If it wasn't for the fact that he was strong enough to hunt golden core stage sea beasts, Lin Yi wouldn't even bother to save him. With a soul-hooking hand, the original infant stage sea beast flipped over and floated to the surface of the water. Lin Yi waved his hand and easily broke open the sea beast's body, retrieving its inner core. The blood of the nascent soul stage sea beast slowly spread, dyeing the entire area red. The golden core stage sea beasts instantly fled far away. Although they really wanted to eat the corpse of the nascent soul stage sea beast, the nascent soul stage aura that wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time made the sea beasts afraid to approach. Such a method caused the two from the everyday sect to be dumbfounded once again. Only now did they realize that the rumors were not to be trusted. How was this the strength of a full-circle nascent soul stage cultivator? Even a full-circle nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be able to instantly kill our original infant stage sea beast, right? Many thanks to Senior for helping us. With the help of his companions, the everyday sect's early infant stage cultivator finally returned to the flying spirit beast. He bowed his head and thanked Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing much, you don't need to take it to heart. I'll forget about your mistake this time. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky." Yes. Senior is right. We juniors will bear that in mind. The two of them no longer had the arrogance from before. They nodded and bowed in agreement. Then, they hurriedly bid farewell and turned to flee the place. Lin Yi, you can even kill an original infant stage sea beast in seconds. That's really amazing. Did you come here just to hunt for the original infant stage sea beast's inner core? After the two of them left, Duanmuyu asked Lin Yi excitedly. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "I didn't come here specifically to hunt for the original infant stage sea beast's inner core. After all, this is the area where golden core stage sea beasts are most active. However, something like what happened just now was something I could do. By the way, weren't you with your master just now? Where is he?" "My master and the golden core stage sea beast were injured when they were fighting. That's why I took the inner core to lure those two away so that my master could escape. I don't know how he is now." Speaking of Yi Tongxian, Duanmuyu suddenly said with some worry. Fortunately, Yi Tongxian was not injured by the everyday sect. Otherwise, Duanmuyu would not have let those two guys off so easily. Lin Yi and Yi Tongxian were not familiar with each other, but for the sake of him being Duanmuyu's master, he still showed enough concern. "Is your master's injury serious? Which direction did he go? Let's go look for him now." Duanmuyu glanced in the direction they came from and said, "Master's injury is a little serious, but with the top-grade 5th-grade recover pill you gave him, there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, Master flew directly back. At this time, if there are no accidents, he should have returned to the shore of the endless sea. There's no need to worry about his safety." Hearing Duanmuyu say this, Lin Yi nodded and said, "It's good that your master is fine. However, after he gets out of danger, will he come back to find you? Master and I have discussed this before. If there is such a situation where we get separated, we will each hunt some Foundation establishment stage sea beasts in the coastal waters and then slowly search for him. If we really can't find him, we will meet again in 3 days. Duan Muyu said a little shyly. It was not easy to meet Lin Yi, and Yi Tongxian should be fine. She did not want to be separated from Lin Yi like this. Chapter 55-86. Duan Muyu felt a sweetness in her heart, and a faint smile appeared on her face. If you want me to be with you, just say it directly, no need to find excuses. Okay. Duan Muyu agreed readily. In fact, wasn't this the result she wanted? Lin Yi smiled slightly, and remembered that there was still a nascent soul stage sea beast inner core in his hand, so he handed it directly to Duan Muyu and said, "You keep this first, I'll find some nascent soul stage sea beast inner cores for you later." Duan Muyu did not stand on ceremony with Lin Yi, and directly took the inner core and put it away. This action revealed the intimacy between the two. By the way, you said that Jin Weifeng is hunting alone around here. Is he not related? After all, there are already nascent soul stage sea beasts here. Although it is only an early nascent soul stage sea beast, with Jin Weifeng's strength, it will be more troublesome to encounter it, right? Duan Muyu did not treat herself as an outsider, so she casually asked about Jin Weifeng's situation. There are many golden core stage sea beasts here, and nascent soul stage sea beasts are at most passing by. Lin Yi said with a smile, but Jin Weifeng's current position had exceeded the range of Lin Yi's divine sense. The distance between the two was already close to the limit of this range, and in order to rescue Duan Muyu, Lin Yi flew very far away, so he had not paid attention to Jin Weifeng's situation for a while. After identifying the direction, Lin Yi turned to Duan Muyu and said, "After what you said, I'm a little worried about Jin Weifeng. Let's go and take a look, it's in this direction." After speaking, Lin Yi urged the flying spirit beast to fly to the position where Jin Weifeng was before, and Duan Muyu flew side by side with Lin Yi. At this time, Lin Yi remembered that he had forgotten to exchange a mid-level flying spirit beast with the people of the Everyday and Everyday sect, but thinking that he still needed them to hunt sea beast inner cores in the future, forcibly snatching their flying spirit beast was not in line with the image of Jadian sect, so he did not dwell on this matter anymore. "Lin Yi, does your Green Cloud sect want a challenge for the position of the Big Four?" Duan Muyu, who was on the side, suddenly asked a rather unexpected question. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "You can tell. Is it that obvious?" "So it's true." Duan Muyu had a happy expression and said with a smile, "It's not that obvious. I just think that with you in the Green Cloud sect, if they don't even have the thought of challenging the Big Four, then they are too useless. In that case, I have to succeed in the challenge. Otherwise, I'll become a useless person like you said." Lin Yi said with a smile on his face. He was determined to get the top 4. Of course, he would not become the useless person that Duan Muyu said. "I believe that as long as you think about it, a seat in a mere Big Four is absolutely within your grasp. I just don't know which Big Four you pulled down." When Duan Muyu said this, he blinked his big eyes a few times and said, "Could it be our backer, the Heaven Awakening faction? The Shengguan clan has such a good relationship with you, it's definitely not them. Then the weakest one is our Heaven Awakening faction. Do you think I will challenge the Heaven Awakening faction?" Lin Yi turned his head to look at Duan Muyu. If Duan Muyu really thought so, then it would make Lin Yi feel strange. Duan Muyu squinted his eyes and showed a big smile, "Of course not. Even if it's for my sake, you will not challenge the Heaven Awakening faction. What's more, the Qinkuan sect and the Qingyun sect are obviously enemies. Your first choice is of course to challenge the Qinkuan sect and then take advantage of the situation to become the head of the Big Four." Hee hee. Lin Yi chuckled and did not say much. Since Duan Muyu knew him so well, there was really no need for him to say anything more. However, Lin Yi immediately frowned. After flying for such a while, he had already reached the range of his divine sense, but he did not find any trace of Jin Weifeng. Moreover, Lin Yi would not think that he was in the wrong place. After all, the body of the gold core stage sea beast that Jin Weifeng killed was still floating on the sea, being eaten by several other sea beasts. Did he go back to look for me? Lin Yi thought in his heart, and his divine sense swept to the place where he had been before, but still found nothing. Duanmu noticed that Lin Yi's face had changed a little, so he asked in a low voice, "Did I say something wrong? Did I make you unhappy?" Lin Yi relaxed his eyebrows and smiled. "No, what you said was what I was thinking. I am very happy that you can understand my thoughts. Just now, because I didn't find any trace of Jin Weifeng, he seems to have changed his position, so I was a little worried. It turns out to be like this, so Jin Weifeng was just hunting sea beasts around here." Duanmu stretched her neck and looked around, but she did not find anything. Lin Yi did not say anything. The range of his divine sense had already exceeded the visual range, and even divine sense could not find it. Of course, it was impossible to see it with Duanmu's eyes. Moreover, the surrounding sea was exactly the same. If one had a bad sense of direction, they would be completely lost after turning around. Duanmu looked around a few times and immediately gave up. If she kept looking, she felt that she would even forget which direction she came from. It's almost in the nearby sea. Let's continue to fly there for a while and see. After Lin Yi said, he continued to fly forward with Duanmu, and soon they arrived at the place where Jin Weifeng had hunted sea beasts. At this time, the body of the gold core stage sea beast had basically been eaten clean, and the remaining bones had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Only some faint red blood was left on the sea surface, and when the waves surged, it quickly disappeared. Duanmu's eyes were sharp, and she found the disappeared blood. She immediately pointed to the bottom and shouted, "Lin Yi, there should have been a battle here. I saw blood in the sea. It seems that Jin Weifeng was here not long ago." Yes, the blood was left by the sea beasts killed by Jin Weifeng. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and continued to focus on searching with divine sense. Duanmu's observation ability was indeed very strong, but it was a pity that it could not help Lin Yi. When it came to divine sense, Duanmu was far behind him. To find Jin Weifeng, Lin Yi still needed to do it himself. Soon Lin Yi found a clue. At the edge of the range of divine sense in the distance, there was another body of the gold core stage sea beast being eaten by sea beasts. It seemed that it had just been killed. Maybe it was done by Jin Weifeng, but Lin Yi did not find any trace of Jin Weifeng. Chapter 5587. After a while, Lin Yi and Duanmu came to the sea. At this time, there was still a small part of the dead sea beast's body that had not been eaten. There were a total of 5 middle gold core stage sea beasts fighting for food, and there were other sea beasts gathering not far away. Lin Yi frowned again, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Jin Weifeng was riding a high-quality flying spirit beast, judging from the time of death of the sea beast's body, it should not have been too long. Jin Weifeng should not have directly flown out of the range of Lin Yi's divine sense. Before Jin Weifeng hunted the gold core stage sea beast alone, he only did it in the nearby sea. After all, there was a fresh sea beast's body as bait. If he wanted to hunt the gold core stage sea beast that came to snatch food, it would only be more efficient than killing one and moving to another place. Although Duanmu did not have a strong divine sense like Lin Yi could find the sea beast's body from a distance. There was no need to ask to know that there were unknown means. Lin Yi still had a serious expression. Obviously, Jin Weifeng was probably in trouble, so Duanmu's pretty face also became solemn. On top of each flying spirit beast, there was a sea map. The range was only the coastal sea and the part of the coastal sea where the gold core stage sea beast was active. Their own flying spirit beast would also be shown on the sea map, so that the 10 elites who participated in the competition would not be lost in the endless sea. Now Duanmuyu opened the sea map on her flying spirit beast and looked at it carefully before saying, "Lin Yi, our position is already beyond the boundary of the sea map. If we go further, the probability of the Yuanying stage sea beast appearing will greatly increase." Did Jin Weifeng go there? Lin Yi shook his head slightly and said, "It's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, Jin Weifeng would not be like this. I just don't know what happened." The map on the flying spirit beasts was also a tool of the Archaic Alliance. Lin Yi had seen it before. It was similar to the GPS on mobile phones in the secular world. However, the flying spirit beasts on the map didn't show other people's flying spirit beasts. Otherwise, it would be much easier to find Jin Weifeng. Duanmuyu looked at the corpses of the sea beasts below and suddenly said, "Maybe I can find Jin Weifeng, but I need you to help me drive away the surrounding sea beasts." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He really didn't expect that Duanmuyu would actually say that he could help. However, Lin Yi wouldn't doubt the authenticity of Duanmuyu's words, so after nodding, he waved his hand and used the soul hook hand. This time, Lin Yi directly circled the surface of the sea below and pulled out all the primordial spirits of the 5 sea beasts in the middle gold core stage. With his primordial spirit level, it was really easy to do this. Because he didn't know what Duanmuyu was going to do, Lin Yi didn't take the Nighten of these gold core stage sea beasts, lest the extra blood would affect Duanmuyu. All of a sudden, the 5 sea beasts that were happily devouring the fish suddenly froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell. All of them stopped moving. The other sea beasts that were rushing over also felt a dangerous aura. They immediately scattered and dived to a safe position, quietly observing the situation on the surface of the sea. For Lin Yi's means, Duanmuyu had long been accustomed to it, so there was no surprise. He directly controlled his flying spirit beast to land on the sea level, put his right index finger into his mouth and bit it gently. Then he popped out a drop of blood and controlled it with his true chi to float in front of him. Slowly, this drop of blood was pulled into a thin red bloodline by Duanmuyu's true chi and outlined a small and delicate red leaf. It floated towards the sea beast corpse that still had a small part of its body left. Fallen leaves to root red leaf soul attraction. Duanmuyu's hands formed a seal and she murmured in a low voice. Her pretty face was slightly pale. Obviously, this move was not simple, and it would still put a certain burden on Duanmuyu. The small red leaf fell on the sea beast corpse, and suddenly there was a strong red light. From the broken corpse, an illusory image of a sea beast rose, roaring silently to the sky. Following the soundless roar of the sea beast, a gust of wind started blowing on the surface of the sea. It blew randomly in all directions and kept changing directions. Fortunately, the wind wasn't very strong, or else Lin Yi's flying spirit beast wouldn't be able to adapt to the wind and would have to descend to the surface of the sea. Duanmuyu's face was serious, and he made a pulling gesture with his hands in the direction of the head of the sea beast phantom. He shouted in a low voice, "Fallen leaves to root. Soul return." A ray of dim red light shot from a distance and penetrated the head of the sea beast phantom. The silent roaring sea beast suddenly quieted down and returned to the broken corpse and disappeared. Duanmuyu also let out a long breath and controlled the flying spirit beast to fly to Lin Yi's side. "Lin Yi, the person who killed this sea beast is not far from here. Or it should be said that compared to the distance from where we found the blood just now, the person is only about 1/3 of the distance from us." Duanmuyu's beautiful eyebrows also frowned slightly. The result of "fallen leaves to root" should not be wrong, but Lin Yi could find the sea beast corpse 3 times the distance. There was no reason that he could not find the person who killed the sea beast. So close. Then let's go and have a look. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said. He didn't even bother to collect the inner cores of the 5 sea beasts in the middle stage of the gold core realm, and directly urged the flying spirit beast to fly in that direction. Duanmuyu naturally followed closely. Although it was an area with more Yuanying stage sea beasts, Duanmuyu was not worried about his safety at all with Lin Yi by his side. After a while, the two had already arrived at the place where Duanmuyu used fallen leaves to root, but there was still an empty sea around them. There was nothing different, and even the sea beasts under the sea were not found. Little Yu, can you still sense the location? Lin Yi's divine sense was completely useless, and he could only continue to rely on Duanmuyu's means. Duanmuyu turned his palm, and in his palm was the delicate red leaf that fell into the sea beast corpse before. Under Duanmuyu's gaze, the red leaf fluttered and seemed to be conveying some kind of mysterious message. Unfortunately, Lin Yi couldn't understand it at all. Strange. Duanmuyu showed a stunned look on his face. After turning his head and looking around, he said to Lin Yi with some unwillingness, "The position that fallen leaves to root can sense is here. It has not changed, but there is no abnormality here. Maybe there is something wrong with my trick." Chapter 55-88. Lin Yi carefully scanned this sea area, but he still didn't find any abnormalities. However, it didn't seem that there were no abnormalities at all. In the sea area that they passed before, regardless of the depth, they could always find some sea beasts. However, in this area, not even a single sea beast was found. In such a situation, there were only a few possibilities. One was that there was a powerful sea beast here, and other sea beasts didn't dare to invade this area at all. The second was that the sea beasts here had been cleared out by someone. Of course, this possibility was not high. Even if it was true, it was impossible not to be discovered by Lin Yi nearby with such a big movement. In addition, it was also possible that the sea beasts here were attracted by something and temporarily left here. They would return after a while. However, Lin Yi didn't quite believe these possibilities. According to Duanmuyu's senses, Lin Yi was more willing to believe that someone had set up some kind of restriction here, so this sea area was blocked. Even Lin Yi's divine sense could be hidden. This restriction was really powerful. If it weren't for Duanmuyu, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to find this place even if he was beaten to death. Xiao Yu, fly further away, then fly higher. Let me see what's going on here. Lin Yi turned his head and smiled at Duanmuyu, but he had already begun to condense the super pill firebomb in his hand. No matter what the restriction here was, Lin Yi didn't have the skills in this area. It was absolutely impossible to crack it step by step. The only chance was to break it with force. It just so happened that the super pill firebomb was very suitable for this situation. Duanmuyu didn't ask much. He obediently urged the flying spirit beast to fly to the side for a distance, then he watched the super pill firebomb in Lin Yi's hand emit more and more terrifying fluctuations from a distance. Lin Yi waited until the super pill firebomb was almost complete. Then, he controlled the flying spirit beast to fly up and hover 1,000 meters in the air. Then, he threw the super pill firebomb down. To be honest, for this super pill firebomb, Lin Yi did not use its full power. After all, Jin Weifeng might also be below. If he accidentally injured Jin Weifeng, it would be troublesome. Therefore, while reducing the power of the bomb, Lin Yi also increased the output of his spiritual consciousness pill fire, which made it easier to control the release of the power of the explosion. With a loud explosion, the two kinds of alchemic flames mixed with Lin Yi's true energy wreaked havoc everywhere. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. His divine sense had finally sensed the abnormality in the space below. Therefore, he tried his best to guide the power of the super alchemic fire bomb towards the place where he sensed the abnormality. The originally normal space, under the burning of the two kinds of Dan fire, shattered like a mirror, revealing an almost identical sea inside. The only difference was that, In addition to Jin Wei-feng, there were 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, and a few gold core stage sea beasts' corpses on the sea surface. Martial Uncle. At this time, Jin Wei-feng was covered in blood and looked battered. If not for his flying spirit beast being more reliable, he might have already been chopped up and fed to the sea beasts. Lin Yi's face was gloomy, and from the gap between his teeth, he said, "You're courting death. What about becoming the head of the 4 big sects and uniting the families to hunt for spirit jades?" At this time, Lin Yi threw all of that to the back of his mind. When he saw Jin Wei-feng's shaky appearance, Lin Yi's heart could no longer control the murderous intent in it. Damn! How did Lin Yi find this place? The strongest of the 3 was a peak nascent soul middle stage cultivator. After seeing Lin Yi, he could not help but cry out in panic. As for the other 2, one was a peak nascent soul early stage cultivator, and the other was an early nascent soul early stage cultivator. But to Lin Yi, even if there were 3 nascent soul full stage cultivators, it was all the same. The invisible soul reaping hand swept over. Lin Yi had already made up his mind to kill these 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. This was a very obvious killing plot against Jin Wei-feng, or rather, it was a killing plot against the Green Cloud sect. Since the other party had already come to kill him, Lin Yi would definitely not compromise for the sake of the big picture. For Lin Yi, the big picture was a word that would only appear on the premise that the people around him were not in danger. The actions of these 3 people had obviously touched Lin Yi's bottom line. This was completely different from the 2 people from the Bright Sun after sect who chased after Duanmuyu for the inner core of the sea beast. The peak nascent soul middle stage cultivator was still nervously guarding against Lin Yi's attack when there was a loud bang in front of him, followed by layers of ripples. His face instantly became incomparably pale, and he controlled the flying spirit beast to retreat in horror. Divine Sense Defense Tool. Lin Yi frowned. He originally planned to use the soul reaping hand to directly wipe out the 3 great nascent soul stage cultivators, but he did not expect to be blocked by the first one. The ancient small underworld was indeed a completely different place from the Heaven Step Island. While Divine Sense was powerful, Divine Sense defense tools were also very popular. In this case, it was not strange that Lin Yi's Divine Sense could not detect the shield they had set up before. He really does have a Divine Sense attack method, you all have to be careful. The peak nascent soul middle stage cultivator who retreated seemed to feel that his performance was a little embarrassing, so he loudly reminded the other 2, at least to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. The other 2 looked at each other, and instead of retreating, they advanced and attacked Lin Yi. Obviously, they also had Divine Sense defense tools on them, so they were not afraid of Lin Yi's means. Okuda clan, when did you get involved with the 5 Element sect? Lin Yi casually released 3 Divine Sense vortexes, and said to the 2 nascent soul experts with a cold expression. In the first round, the Okuda clan sent out a nascent soul expert and a peak gold core expert, and then the peak gold core expert died. Unexpectedly, in the second round, the Okuda clan directly sent out 2 nascent soul experts, and their strength was indeed quite strong. Originally, because of the Okuda clan on the Heaven Step Island, Lin Yi had a good impression of the Okuda clan here. Although they had not interacted much, if possible, Lin Yi would definitely take care of the Okuda clan. He did not expect that they would directly join forces with the 5 Element sect to sneak attack Jin Wei-feng. This was not something that Lin Yi could tolerate. The Divine Sense vortexes slightly blocked the attacks of the 2, but did not cause any damage. Sure enough, they also had Divine Sense defense tools on them. With a thought, a part of the Divine Sense in the Divine Sense vortexes transformed into the Divine Sense Alchemy Fire, and its power immediately doubled. This was a move that Lin Yi originally wanted to use against Enchanting, and now it was also effective against the 2 Okuda clan members. Chapter 5589. At the same time that the 2 of them were overwhelmed with shock, they had already experienced the crazy baptism of the Pill Fire Vortex. The burning and tearing that came from the depths of their souls immediately caused the two of them to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. But the two of them couldn't even let out a scream and could only fall straight from their respective flying spirit beasts into the sea. Fortunately, all the sea beasts in the nearby sea had been killed. Otherwise, these two people would be dead meat if they fell into the sea. Sometimes, living a life worse than death was even crueler than being killed directly. Therefore, after these two people fell into the sea, Lin Yi didn't take any further action. It wouldn't be too late to say anything after they had suffered enough. Ignoring the two people from the Okuda family, Lin Yi turned his head and looked at the peak nascent soul realm cultivator. He sneered and said, "Why would an expert of the Five Elements sect appear in the Endless Sea? Could it be that the Five Elements sect doesn't want to stay in the top 4, but wants to compete with the top 10? Although he didn't know this person, Lin Yi had seen this peak nascent soul realm cultivator before. At that time, he was standing behind Ma Zayden. Obviously, he was one of the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect. He didn't expect that Ma Zayden would actually send such a high-level member of the Five Elements sect to directly cause trouble for the Blue Cloud sect in the Endless Sea. This move really surprised Lin Yi. This peak nascent soul realm cultivator was called Ma Mingyuan. He was Ma Zayden's cousin. His purpose of sneaking into the Endless Sea was to find an opportunity to weaken the strength of the Blue Cloud sect. He was about to succeed in killing Jin Weifeng, but in the end, he regrettably failed. Now that he heard Lin Yi's slightly sarcastic words, his face turned green and red. "Lin Yi, don't talk nonsense. I, Ma Mingyuan, just don't like your Blue Cloud sect. What does that have to do with the Five Elements sect? Don't think that just because you have a few divine sense attacks, you can run amok in the ancient martial world. If you have the ability, come and try to attack me." Ma Mingyuan roared in a threatening manner, but in his heart, he was already thinking about how to escape. Lin Yi had easily broken through the Okuda clan's divine sense defensive tool. This had already caused Ma Mingyuan to feel extremely guilty. Although his defensive tool was much better than the two from the Okuda clan, and Lin Yi's first attack was also perfectly blocked by his defensive tool, it didn't give him any sense of security. "Hee, Ma Mingyuan, right? Since you want me to give it a try, I'll give it a try," Lin Yi said with a light smile, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. The pill fire vortex that was attacking the two Okuda clan members suddenly appeared around Ma Mingyuan. Although this evolved version of the Divine Sense Vortex was still within the scope of Divine Sense offensive tools, its destructive power against Divine Sense defensive tools had completely exceeded this scope. Ma Mingyuan's Divine Sense defensive tool was indeed of a higher grade than the Okuda clan's, but the rapidly fluctuating protective layer obviously wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Ma Mingyuan was instantly scared out of his wits. This Lin Yi really fucking made a move at the slightest disagreement. "Can't you let me finish talking properly? Can't you let me turn around and leave in a carefree manner?" The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a trace of a cold smile. He casually released a stream of 5 elements true qi and joined in the destruction. On the side, Jin Weifeng had already taken the time to consume a top-grade great cyclic pill. His injuries were already under control, but Lin Yi wasn't going to let Ma Mingyuan off just because of this. When Ma Mingyuan saw the 5-colored WIRM in the air that was formed from his qi, his last shred of hope completely dissipated. He immediately urged the flying spirit beast he was riding on to turn around and flee. This wasn't the flying spirit beast 10 Little chose. When Ma Mingyuan came out, he used the 5-element sex flying spirit beast, which was of a higher grade than the one 10 Little used. Otherwise, Jin Weifeng wouldn't have been surrounded by the Okuda clan if he had a high-quality flying spirit beast. Now that Ma Mingyuan wanted to escape, even Jin Weifeng's flying spirit beast couldn't catch up to Ma Mingyuan. The only chance was to prevent Ma Mingyuan from speeding up. Lin Yi waved his hand and threw a super pill firebomb. Of course, the power condensed in a hurry wasn't too great, but it was enough to block for a moment. The distance between Lin Yi and Ma Mingyuan was already very close. In addition, Ma Mingyuan wanted to turn around and flee, so he wasn't prepared for Lin Yi's attack at all. The super pill fire bomb exploded directly in front of the flying spirit beast's head. The divine sense pill fire vortex and 5 elements true chi took advantage of the opportunity and completely destroyed Ma Mingyuan's divine sense defense tool. This time, Ma Mingyuan was really scared out of his wits. He directly begged for mercy. "Senior Lin, please spare me." Junior surrenders. "I'm sorry, but I don't accept surrenders." After Lin Yi said this indifferently, he used the soul reaping hand again. Ma Mingyuan no longer had the strength to resist. Before he could finish speaking, he fell straight off the flying spirit beast. Lin Yi didn't continue to attack Ma Mingyuan's body. After falling into the endless sea, it would only become a snack for the sea beasts. As for whether it was dead or alive, those sea beasts wouldn't be picky. The 2 nascent soul stage experts of the Okuda family finally recovered from Lin Yi's divine sense attack. When they saw that Ma Mingyuan didn't even fight back, he directly fell to the ground and died. This time, the 2 of them were scared out of their wits. They knew that their lives were in the hands of Lin Yi. They didn't dare to put on any airs. They hurriedly crawled to the sea beast's corpse on the surface of the sea and obediently knelt down. Senior Lin, Junior was forced by the Qinkuan sect and the 5 Elements sect. "Senior Lin, please let Junior go," the cultivator at the peak of the early nascent soul stage said while trembling with fear. When Duan Muyu saw the battle taking place in the distance, he immediately urged his flying spirit beast to rush over to help. But by the time he arrived, the dust had already settled. "Your Okuda family is really shameless. You're actually willing to be the lackey of the 5 Elements sect. Lin Yi, why don't you just kill the 2 of them as well?" Duan Muyu was a person who hated evil. So, he was very dissatisfied with the Okuda family's behavior this time. When the 2 of them heard Duan Muyu's suggestion, their bodies trembled. They hated the Qinkuan sect and the 5 Elements sect to the core. It was clearly these 2 sects who wanted to go against the Blue Cloud sect, but they insisted on dragging the Okuda family down with them. One had to know that the Okuda family only had 2 nascent soul stage experts. In the first round, they lost a peak gold core expert. If Lin Yi wasn't willing to let the 2 of them go, the Okuda family would definitely decline. Moreover, if Lin Yi really killed the 2 of them, he might casually exterminate the Okuda family. At that time, the Qinkuan sect and the 5 Elements sect might not help them. Chapter 5590. Senior Lin, we were blind this time. As long as Senior Lin can let us go, from now on, the Okuda family will follow the lead of the Green Cloud sect. If Senior Lin wants us to go east, we will not go west. If Senior Lin wants us to go up the mountain, we will not go down the sea. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a pot of boiling oil, as long as it is Senior Lin's command, we will not hesitate. If we can't do it, then let our hearts be pierced by thousands of arrows, and we will never be able to reincarnate. The peak early nascent soul realm cultivator suddenly stood up and swore vehemently. "So you are willing to die for me?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and asked meaningfully. "Of course. As long as Senior Lin commands us, we will not hesitate." Although he felt that something was wrong, he still replied resolutely and decisively. "Then let me see one of you die first." The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the 2 of them indifferently. "Ah. Let me see one of you die. I only have 1 life, how do I die? Killing people is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground, this is too cruel." The cultivator at the peak of the early stage of Yuanying realm felt indignant in his heart, but he put on an embarrassed smile and said, "Senior Lin, you see, we brothers still have some strength. It's meaningless to die for nothing. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. When it's necessary, we brothers will definitely not frown." Duan Miyu interrupted, since Lin Yi has said it, it should be the time. The two Okuda family cultivators looked at Duan Miyu with a face full of grievance. They thought to themselves, little grandaunt, we brothers did not offend you, right? Can't you be more merciful with your words? After Jin Weifeng ate the Great Restore pill, his injuries had recovered quickly. Now, he also came over and said, Granduncle, since they are so sincere, why don't we accept them? Anyway, our Green Cloud sect's goal is to become one of the top 4 sections. In the future, we still need to have a few sections. The Okuda family doesn't seem to be a bad choice. The two Okuda family cultivators turned their heads and looked at Jin Weifeng with surprise and joy. They never thought that the little guy they were chasing would actually plead for them now. This was really a case of finding a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Jin Weifeng did not care about their grateful gazes at all. He pleaded for them from the perspective of Jadian sect. To be honest, no one would have a good impression of the people who were hunting them down. However, Jin Weifeng and Xan Ijia had the same temperament. They both regarded the responsibility of the sect as more important than their own lives. Therefore, it was not strange for them to say such words. Lin Yi glanced at Jin Weifeng and nodded with gratification. I'm very happy that you can say that. Since you've spoken, let them go. Thank you, Senior Lin. Thank you, Senior Jin. The two from the Okuda clan hurriedly thanked Jin Weifeng. They didn't care if Jin Weifeng was qualified to be their senior. In any case, Jin Weifeng had saved their lives. The two of you only thanked them but not me. Do you have a grudge against me? Duan Miyu suddenly interrupted. The two from the Okuda family suddenly shivered. They thought to themselves, how could we forget about this grandaunt? But you keep asking Lin Yi to kill us and even want us to thank you. Isn't this a little too much? Although they thought so, they also knew that Duan Miyu's words carried a lot of weight. Although Lin Yi had promised to let them go, there was no guarantee that he would suddenly change his mind. Therefore, they could only pinch their noses and thank Duan Miyu. Duan Miyu smiled with satisfaction. She didn't really want to make things difficult for these two. Since Jin Weifeng didn't want to pursue the matter, Duan Miyu naturally wouldn't pursue the matter and make things difficult for Lin Yi. She was just playing around with these two to vent her anger. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi took out 2 pills and said, you only said it verbally. To be honest, I can't completely trust you too. So, take these 2 pills. If you perform well, I will give you the antidote after a year. Otherwise, after a year, you will bleed from your 7 apertures, and your primordial spirit will collapse and die. The two from the Okuda family looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. However, what Lin Yi said was also right. There was no problem with doing this. Therefore, the two did not hesitate and took the pills from Lin Yi's hand and swallowed them. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, very good. This pill will not take effect within a year. Instead, it will be beneficial to you. There will be no abnormalities during normal times. As long as you sincerely submit to the Clear Sky sect, you will naturally be fine after a year. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Senior Lin, please rest assured. Our Okuda family will not be disloyal. From today onwards, we will completely obey the Clear Sky sect and Senior Lin. The two hurriedly cupped their fists to express their loyalty. Their lives were in Lin Yi's hands, so they could only do so. Lin Yi faintly nodded. However, he was secretly laughing in his heart. When he was in the Heavenly Island and the immemorial trials, he had indeed concocted this kind of control pill. It wasn't difficult for him to concoct some insect poison. However, he was in a hurry and didn't have the time to prepare it. Therefore, what Lin Yi gave to the two from the Okuda family wasn't poison. On the contrary, The 2 pills were a new pill that Lin Yi had researched while he was idle in the Tiandan Pavilion. However, it wasn't very useful after concocting it, so he threw it to the side. For those who consumed it, it was just like how people in the secular world would consume health supplements. There would basically be no side effects, and there might be some benefits. However, without accurate data, Lin Yi couldn't be sure. It was just that the 2 from the Okuda family were prejudiced by Lin Yi. They thought that what they consumed was poison. Since there were no abnormalities, it showed how potent the poison was. Now, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of resisting. They only hoped that if they performed well, Lin Yi would give them the antidote as soon as possible. You 2 go hunt sea beasts in the nearby sea. If there's anything I need you to do, I will inform you. Lin Yi casually said a few words and waved his hand to send the 2 from the Okuda family away. Ma Mingyuan didn't have any good things left on him, but his flying spirit beast was still very good. Lin Yi wanted to exchange it for a good flying spirit beast, so he didn't hesitate to take Ma Mingyuan's flying spirit beast for himself. Chapter 55-91. Lin Yi wanted Jin Weifeng to hunt sea beasts outside the range of the sea map, which was mostly the territory of sea beasts at the peak of the Gold Core Realm and peak of the Gold Core Realm. Moreover, sea beasts at the nascent Soul Realm were not rare. With Jin Weifeng's strength, it would be good practice for him to hunt them alone. Duanmu, on the other hand, was within the range of the sea map. Although sea beasts at the nascent Soul Realm might appear, most of them were at the peak of the Gold Core Realm and mid-Gold Core Realm. For Duanmu, the effect was the same as Jin Weifeng's. Lin Yi himself was in the middle of the 2. If anything unexpected happened, he could support them at any time. With the flying spirit beast sent by Ma Mingyuan, Lin Yi could guarantee this. As for the direction of flying, Lin Yi also considered it. After encountering the everyday sect's pursuit of Duanmu to rob the sea beast's inner elixir, and the 5-element sect and the Okuda clan's plot against Jin Weifeng, Lin Yi was a little worried about others, such as Bing Wuqing and Leng Leng. On the surface, they belonged to the Snow Sword sect under the Qinkuan sect, but they had a close relationship with the Blue Cloud sect. Qinkuan sect might retaliate secretly, so Lin Yi chose the direction where there was a high chance of meeting Bing Wuqing and the others. After flying for a while, Duanmu and Jin Weifeng both gained something. The most difficult thing about hunting sea beasts was that they would not give you a chance when there were many people. But if you acted alone, it was difficult to guarantee that you could handle the danger. Now that the 2 had Lin Yi looking after them from a distance, they could directly lure the sea beasts to attack them, and then take the opportunity to kill them. So the progress was quite good. During this period, Lin Yi attacked twice, both of which were strong enemies that the 2 absolutely could not deal with. Then it was very smooth. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Lin Yi called the 2 to stop fighting. We have to find a place to rest today, or the flying spirit beast will be too tired, which will not be good for future battles, Lin Yi said with a smile after the 2 flew back. The endless sea was not only a vast ocean. There were also sporadic small islands on the sea, and even some large coral reefs. As long as you dared, you could also use them as a place to rest. We've been killing sea beasts for half a day. We're tired, okay. Really, do you think just flying spirit beasts are tiring? Duanmu said with a smile, then opened the nautical map and looked at it. We are now at the edge of the nautical map. There are a few small islands marked here that can be settled. The nearest one is about 160 to 170 kilometers away. It won't take long to fly there. Why don't we go there? Duanmu said with a smile. Lin Yi nodded and said, sure, as long as we can rest, it's fine. Let's go to this island. Of course, Jin Weifeng didn't have any objections, so the 3 of them slightly adjusted their direction and quickly flew towards the island on the nautical map. Before arriving, Lin Yi had already swept the island with his divine sense. The island was oval in shape, with a maximum length of about 3 kilometers and a maximum width of about 2 kilometers. The highest point of the island was less than 300 meters above sea level. It was indeed a small island, but it could accommodate about 800 people. Xiaoyu, are you sure that the island is marked as a place to rest on the nautical map? Lin Yi suddenly turned his head and asked Duan Muyu. Lin Yi found that his divine sense could only see the rough appearance of the island, but he couldn't penetrate the island. Obviously, there was something strange about the island. Duan Muyu was slightly startled. He didn't look at the nautical map anymore, but nodded subconsciously. I'm sure. Is there anything wrong? Nothing, I'm just worried that the environment on the island is not good enough. Lin Yi said with a smile and changed the topic. Perhaps there was some special geographical factor on the island itself that could isolate the detection of divine sense. Anyway, Lin Yi was bold and skilled. Even if there was something fishy on the island, it might not be able to hurt Lin Yi and the others. The flying spirit beasts of the three of them were excellent. More than 100 kilometers was just a matter of time for them to say a few words. They could only see the black dot of the island from afar. Soon, the whole picture was revealed. Lin Yi, it seems that you worried for nothing. This island is very beautiful. Duan Miu laughed and said to Lin Yi. Then, he urged the flying spirit beast to land on the island first. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. He followed closely behind Duan Miu and landed. He didn't let his guard down. Until now, his divine sense still couldn't cover the island. In the air, his eyes could see much more than his divine sense. The interference of the tidal turbulence on this island is so strong. My divine sense can't penetrate here. It's really rare. Jin Weifeng, who was next to Lin Yi, suddenly muttered. However, his muttering surprised Lin Yi. Weifeng, what interference of the tidal turbulence are you talking about? Lin Yi turned his head and asked. At the same time, the three of them had landed less than 20 meters above the surface of the island. Lin Yi's divine sense suddenly lost its previous sense of obstruction. In an instant, it covered every inch of space on the island. Jin Weifeng was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yi to ask this question. However, he immediately answered, the interference of the tidal turbulence is a special natural phenomenon in the endless sea. It is mostly seen on small islands in the sea. It can isolate and shield the detection of divine sense. So, if there are no records of the islands in the endless sea, it is very likely that there is a dangerous existence. Don't go to such islands to explore unless it's necessary. I see. Lin Yi was a little speechless. It turned out that it was really a special natural phenomenon. He had been worried for nothing. However, Lin Yi's expression changed immediately. After his divine sense covered the entire island, everything that he couldn't see clearly before was now clearly reflected in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. He also discovered that Bing Wuqing and Leng Leng were on this island. Without waiting for him to land, Lin Yi directly urged the flying spirit beast he was riding on to fly in the direction of Bing Wuqing and Leng Leng at full speed. He only had time to say, "Follow me." Jin Weifeng was already an expert in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Although his divine sense couldn't be compared to Lin Yi's, the range that he could detect was not small. So, after Lin Yi discovered Bing Wuqing and Leng Leng, Jin Weifeng also immediately discovered them. Without saying anything, he also flew over. As for Duan Muyu, her divine sense was far from Lin Yi's or even Jin Weifeng's. However, after hearing Lin Yi's call, she immediately pulled up the flying spirit beast that was about to land and followed closely behind Lin Yi. The three of them formed a straight line and flew over the sky of the island at lightning speed. Chapter 5592. Boss Lin Yi. Bing Wuqing was the first to notice Lin Yi's arrival. Her cold expression relaxed, which was a rare sight. Leng Leng also saw Lin Yi. She smiled like a flower and shouted, "Lin Yi, you're finally here." Seeing that the two of them were fine, Lin Yi was finally relieved. He nodded and greeted them. Then, he glanced at the people surrounding Bing Wuqing and asked, "What happened?" Although they were surrounded, there were only 4 people. One of them was Xiao Dan from the evil warding sect. The other was a cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm, who was Xiao Dan's subordinate. He was a replacement for the cultivator at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm who had died in the previous round. Lin Yi had also seen one before. He was an expert at the early stage of the nascent soul realm from the Qianquan sect. Only the last one was a long-haired young man with an evil expression. He was someone that Lin Yi had never seen before. When Jin Weifeng and Duan Miu landed, they had already surpassed the other side in terms of numbers. Bing Wuqing had never been one to speak much, so she replied coldly, "We had first arrived on the island to find a place to rest. Then, these 4 people appeared together and attacked us without saying a word. If not for Elder Bing's extraordinary powers, you might not have been able to see us by the time you arrived." Lin Yi snorted and said to Xiao Dan, "Sect leader Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" When he killed Enchanting, Xiao Dan was begging for his life. Now, he came to find trouble. Was he tired of living and looking for death? This is just a misunderstanding. Xiao Dan didn't dare to provoke Lin Yi. Even someone like Enchanting was killed by Lin Yi. Xiao Dan was already traumatized by Lin Yi. After being questioned by Lin Yi, not only his heart, but his legs also started to tremble. Lin Yi coldly glanced at that early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator from Qianquan sect. He didn't find it strange at all. Previously, the 5 Elements sect had joined hands with the Okuda clan under Qianquan sect. Now, it was normal for the Qianquan sect to join hands with the evil warding sect under 5 Elements sect. Needless to say, Qianquan sect and the 5 Elements sect had formed an alliance. The only thing that surprised Lin Yi was that Cosmos sect's killing fruit had been cut off. Although he had guessed that Cosmos sect would be dissatisfied with Snow Sword faction, he did not expect them to be in such a hurry to take action. That's right, this is just a misunderstanding. Before Xiao Dan could finish his sentence, the long-haired evil-looking young man beside him grinned and said to Leng Leng with a smile, "Actually, I just wanted to express my affection to Miss Leng Leng." How did it become a fight without saying anything? "Miss Leng Leng, you have to speak with a conscience." I wonder if Miss Leng Leng has a conscience. "Why don't you come over and let me touch you?" Leng Leng subconsciously shrunk her body and hid behind Lin Yi to avoid the lustful gaze of the long-haired young man. At the same time, she said angrily, "The worst is this dirty and shameless thing. Lin Yi, can you drive him away? I hate him when I see him." Lin Yi frowned slightly. To be honest, Lin Yi also felt that this long-haired young man was asking for a beating. However, for some reason, Lin Yi felt that he was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Who are you?" "Qianquan sect." Lin Yi did not put this long-haired young man in his eyes. He wanted to figure out his background first, so he did not make a move immediately. If he made a move, Lin Yi would not just drive him away. How dare he flirt with Leng Leng in front of Lin Yi? Wouldn't it be too easy for him to drive him away? "Who are you?" "Miss Leng Leng's lover." TSK, TSK, TSK. I couldn't tell. You look so innocent, but you already have a lover. But it doesn't matter. This young master is into this kind of thing. The long-haired young man also did not put Lin Yi in his eyes at all. His words were getting more and more unpleasant. Leng Leng's pretty face was flushed with anger behind Lin Yi. Although she had a crush on Lin Yi, the word lover was too much. So, Leng Leng raised the ice-shattering sword in her hand and was about to rush out to launch an attack. Lin Yi raised his hand and stopped Leng Leng. He turned around and gave her a look that said, "I'll take care of everything." Then, he turned back to look at the long-haired young man. That cold and indifferent gaze was as if he was looking at a dead man. Since you're in a hurry to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. No matter who you are, you're just an insignificant person. Lin Yi showed a sarcastic look on his face. He raised his hand and threw out a consciousness whirlpool. With the emergence of more and more consciousness defense tools, the soul hook hand had lost its effect several times. So, Lin Yi simply used the consciousness whirlpool. After all, it could be transformed into the alchemy fire consciousness whirlpool at any time. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the soul hook hand. The advantage of the soul hook hand was that it was invisible and silent. It was absolutely convenient to use for sneak attacks. Its disadvantage was that it did not have a strong offensive ability. If it encountered a divine sense defense tool, there would be no way. So, Lin Yi's choice of the consciousness whirlpool was absolutely correct. Once the opponent's defense was broken, the soul hook hand would be successful in every endeavor. However, what Lin Yi didn't expect was that the long-haired young man did not have a consciousness defense tool. In other words, Lin Yi was not sure whether he had one or not. Because the consciousness whirlpool had been completely blocked by a red octopus sea beast that had appeared out of nowhere. What is this thing? Lin Yi frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling in his heart that something was wrong. This red octopus sea beast that had appeared out of nowhere was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. However, its soft tentacles had directly dispersed the consciousness whirlpool. It seemed that this red octopus sea beast should be able to resist the consciousness attack. Since you're in a hurry to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. No matter who you are, you're just an insignificant person. The long-haired young man repeated Lin Yi's words without missing a word. Then, he laughed and said, I must give you full marks for this pretentious act. But now you're pretending to be an idiot, aren't you? You've never seen it before, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that this is a spirit-shattering octopus that I've caught with great difficulty. As long as there's any consciousness attack, it will automatically come out and crush it. So, you idiot, don't even think about using those inferior methods of consciousness attack. Chapter 5593. Elder Een. Lin Yi was slightly startled. After taking a closer look, he realized why this guy looked so familiar. Apart from the long hair, this guy looked very similar to Enchanting and even more similar to Enchanting. It was obvious that they were from the same family. However, this Elder Een did not seem to have the blood-soul curse. Otherwise, he would have known that Lin Yi had killed Enchanting and Enchanting. Ha 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 ha, Elder Zhao, you are quite smart. Why don't you give the position of sect leader to me? You can be a great elder or something. That would save you a lot of trouble. What do you think? So it's decided. The long-haired young man was not polite at all. He immediately took the opportunity to ask for the position of sect leader. Zhao Xiantian's mouth twitched and he laughed dryly. He turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, I think you should surrender. Don't look at Elder Een Jihai's young age. He is a real genius. His brother, Enchanting, is also quite talented. However, compared to Elder Een Jihai, he is just a piece of trash. If Elder Een hadn't been cultivating in the Endless Sea, our sect wouldn't have lost so badly in the first round of the competition. This octopus sea beast is a blood puppet created by Elder Een after he had improved the refining method of the blood spirit beast. It's more than 10 times stronger than the blood spirit beast. How about it? Surrender now and I will help you put in a good word or two. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This Zhao Xiantian was interesting. It looked like he was praising Een Jihai and belittling him, but his words revealed important information about Een Jihai. Connecting it to what Een Jihai had said earlier, it didn't matter if Een Jihai was joking or not, Zhao Xiantian was taking it seriously. The peak stage gold core late stage cultivator from Baixia sect looked at Zhao Xiantian thoughtfully but did not say anything. He was on Zhao Xiantian's side. Even if he knew what Zhao Xiantian was trying to do, he would not go against Zhao Xiantian and warn Yin Jihai. Ha ha ha, well said. Lin Yi, quickly surrender. I am still in a hurry to consummate my marriage with Leng Leng. Yin Jihai did not seem to notice Zhao Xiantian's little gesture. He simply thought that Zhao Xiantian was praising him. Therefore, he was in high spirits and did not even mention the position of sect leader. Leng Leng rushed out and scolded, "It's just an octopus. Watch how I cut it into pieces and have a seafood barbecue later." The shattered ice sword's cold glint shone brightly. The cold air condensed to the extreme and pierced towards the red octopus sea beast in a flash. It must be mentioned that Yu Taizong's shattered ice sword was a perfect match for Leng Leng's shattered ice physique. If Yu Taizong could unleash 120% of his actual strength with the shattered ice sword, then Leng Leng's shattered ice physique would be able to unleash 200% of her actual strength with the shattered ice sword. In addition to the increase in attack power brought by the ice-shattering physique, it was not an exaggeration to say that Leng Leng's instantaneous explosive power had reached the level of the early stage of nascent soul realm. Everything happened so suddenly that Yin Jihai's octopus was caught off guard. The octopus was an expert in dealing with divine sense attacks. However, its defensive ability against physical attacks was far below the average level. In other words, even though the octopus was at the early stage of nascent soul realm, its defensive ability against physical attacks was only at the average level of the gold core perfected or even the peak of the late stage of gold core realm. As long as Leng Leng's ice-shattering sword could pierce the octopus that even Lin Yi could not deal with would be instantly turned into ice shards. Ha 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 ha, you're spicy. I am really liking you more and more. Ayaya, I can't wait to consummate my marriage with you. Yin Jihai laughed arrogantly. He didn't seem to have made any move, but a 3-meter-tall sea turtle suddenly appeared in front of him and the octopus. Its hard and heavy shell blocked the ice-breaking sword by a hair's breadth. The cold air that had been accumulating for a long time froze a large piece of the tortoise's shell. Then, it shattered into pieces. This special attack had the shattering ice physique. If an octopus sea beast had been pierced by this attack, it would have immediately exploded. However, the tortoise's shell didn't have the slightest scar on it. Instead, it had become increasingly bright. It seemed as if it had taken a bath in the shattered ice. It was another early-stage nascent soul realm sea beast. Moreover, it was also a blood puppet that was refined using the same method as the blood spiritual beast. The blood spiritual beast was a complete primordial spirit while the blood puppet retained its original physical body. Even though Lin Yi did not know the principle behind it, it was obvious that Yin Jihai was indeed a rare genius in this aspect. Two early-stage nascent soul realm sea beasts could completely defend against divine sense and physical attacks. In addition, Yin Jihai was also an expert at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul realm. So, Lin Yi felt a little troubled for a moment. If his real body was here, Lin Yi would be able to blow up the sea beasts of nascent soul realm with a wave of his 5 elements murderous aura. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was only a primordial spirit at the moment. So, he could not use most of his moves. After his divine sense attacks were restricted, only the super alchemy fire bomb could be regarded as his trump card. Fortunately, Lin Yi had the space of the jade pendant. Otherwise, how could he keep using the super alchemy fire bomb? It would be good if he could use it with all his strength once a day. However, under the current circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to use the super alchemy fire bomb. Leng Leng's first attack failed, but she was not discouraged. She seized the opportunity to use the prison drawing. Under the amplification of the ice-shattering sword, the power of the prison drawing was doubled. Unfortunately, the sea turtle's level was much higher than Leng Leng's. Moreover, its body could restrain Leng Leng's attack. So, it still failed in the end. Ha 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 ha, Lang Lang, are you dancing for me? Not bad, not bad. Your figure is really charming. You're so mesmerizing that I'm going to die. No, no, I can't wait anymore. Let's get rid of all the hindrances first. Then, let's go to the bridal room immediately. Ji-hai was still talking to himself. However, after he finished speaking, a black shadow soared into the sky. After making a turn in the air, it instantly shot hundreds of water arrows at Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi looked up. It was another blood puppet refined from an early-stage nascent soul swordfish sea beast. He did not know where Ji-hai caught so many nascent soul realm sea beasts. There's a beauty over there. I can't hurt the beauty. How nice would it be to accompany me to the bridal room with Lang Lang later? Ji-hai had a relaxed expression on his face. He even had the time to command the swordfish sea beast puppet to deflect the attack, avoiding Duanmuyu's direction. Chapter 55-94. The ice soul sword let out a clear and melodious sword cry and soared into the sky with a cold gleam. The swordfish was, after all, a sea beast in the sea. Once it left the water, its strength would be greatly reduced, even if it had become a blood puppet. It was already the limit for it to launch an all-out attack. Bing Wuqing was keenly aware of this, and seized the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. Wei Feng, attack that octopus sea beast puppet. Lin Yi instructed through telepathy using vital energy. His figure floated forward, and a small consciousness vortex was sent into the body of the sea turtle. As an amphibious sea beast, the sea turtle's strength would not suffer too much on land, especially when it appeared as a defensive meat shield. Therefore, the cold ice-shattering sword could not do anything to this sea turtle. However, Lin Yi's consciousness vortex was different. This attack ignored the sea turtle's tough turtle shell defense, and directly acted on its primordial spirit. Moreover, after coming into contact with the sea turtle's primordial spirit, Lin Yi immediately triggered the elixir fire of the sea turtle, and madly burned the primordial spirit of the sea turtle in the form of a vortex. Although the sea turtle no longer had a real primordial spirit after becoming a blood puppet, the blood puppet was, after all, an upgraded version of the blood spiritual beast's refining method. The core was still the blood spiritual beast, and it was just an additional physical puppet. Therefore, Lin Yi's attack was aimed at the vital point, and instantly killed the sea turtle's primordial spirit, which was one of Ji-hai's blood spiritual beasts. Ji-hai, who was originally insolent, suddenly stiffened, and his face turned pale in an instant. He really did not expect Lin Yi to act so quickly. Originally, the sea turtle and the octopus were partners, and their defense was flawless. Whether it was divine sense or physical attacks, they would all be blocked. Then, with the swordfish as a means of attack, it was simply a perfect combination of attack and defense. Unfortunately, Ji-hai forgot that he was not facing Lin Yi alone. Bing Wuqing's calm and ruthless insight and counterattack had already exceeded Ji-hai's expectations. If they were on the sea, the swordfish would still have enough ability to respond, but now they were on the island, and Ji-hai could only distract himself to control the swordfish. Lin Yi saw this, and instantly launched an attack. In terms of seizing the opportunity to fight, Lin Yi was even better than Bing Wuqing. Just in case, Lin Yi also ordered Jin Weifeng to entangle the octopus, so that this annoying thing would not be able to destroy Lin Yi's divine sense attack. In fact, Jin Weifeng had attacked at the first instance, and had successfully blocked the octopus's reinforcement. But at that time, Lin Yi had already finished killing the sea turtle with lightning speed. Even without Jin Weifeng, the octopus might not have been able to attack in time. At the same time, Lang Lang also stabbed her sword at the octopus. She was no longer the naive and weak trial disciple in the secular world. With the improvement of her strength, her combat awareness had also matured. Although Lin Yi did not ask for her help, the moment Lin Yi attacked, Leng Leng had determined that Lin Yi's target was the sea turtle, so she instinctively did the action that Lin Yi wanted Jin Weifeng to do. So when the sea turtle crashed to the ground, the ice-shattering sword pierced into the octopus's body like a meteor. Originally, Leng Leng might not have been able to succeed so easily, but with Jin Weifeng's attack, the octopus's weak physical defense ability was immediately rendered useless. Its soft body instantly froze and stiffened, and then shattered into pieces on the ground with a crackling sound. Lin Yi threw an elixir fire at it, and burned the spiritual blood beast's body inside the octopus's body into ashes. Yin Jihai's body, which had just stiffened because of the sea turtle's counterattack, suddenly became stiff after a shake. His pale face suddenly turned gray, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. At this time, Bing Wuqing's Ice Soul sword had just brought her through the ice layer formed by the water arrows, and appeared in front of the swordfish. The swordfish puppet, which was merely at the early nascent soul realm, had no ability to resist Bing Wuqing's ice-shattering sword, not to mention that the swordfish puppet had lost Yin Jihai's control. When the ice soul sword chopped the swordfish puppet into pieces, Lin Yi's elixir fire also flew over at the right time, and completely finished off the third spiritual blood beast. Yin Jihai's face had completely lost its color, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the counterattack of the three blood puppets had greatly damaged his vitality. At this time, if Lin Yi wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. The whole process seemed to be quite complicated, but in fact, it was just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Yin Jihai, who had the absolute upper hand before, had been beaten to the point where he could not even find his direction in the blink of an eye. The early nascent soul realm expert of the Qinkuan sect did not say a word, and turned to leave. Originally, he thought that even if Yin Jihai could not win against Lin Yi, he would at least be able to stall for a while, and then if he had the opportunity, he could launch a sneak attack. But no matter what, he did not think that Yin Jihai, who was known as the super genius of the evil warding sect, was simply like an idiotic clown, and was easily beaten by someone. How terrifying Lin Yi was, the people of the Qinkuan sect knew best. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to leave again. Therefore, the Qinkuan sect expert was very straightforward, and jumped on the flying spirit beast next to him to escape, but a sentence from Lin Yi made him not dare to move at all. If you want to die, then fly up and see. As always, he was very calm, and did not have the slightest bit of anger. But these words were spoken by Lin Yi. The early nascent soul realm expert of the Qinkuan sect definitely did not doubt the authenticity of these words. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he could only embarrassedly jump off the flying spirit beast. When he turned his head back, he just saw that Lin Yi had completely ignited Yin Jihai's body with alchemy fire, and in a breath, Yin Jihai's body turned into flying ash, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Yin Jihai's repeated teasing and humiliation of Leng Leng, Lin Yi might have left his body intact, but now, burning him was considered to be out of sight, out of mind, out of mind. Senior Lin, this junior is an elder of the Qinkuan sect, and also a member of the Elders' Council of the Ruins Town. This time, I am here to supervise the progress of the second round of the competition. Previously, I also happened to meet sect leader Zhao Tong, and saw that they found the genius disciple Yin Jihai who was rumored to be cultivating in the Endless Sea. So, for the sake of fairness, I have been following them, so that there will not be a situation where three people from the same sect participate in the competition. This guy from the Qinkuan sect saw that he could not escape, immediately rolled his eyes, and threw out such a high-sounding speech. On the surface, this speech seemed to have no flaws, and it could also explain why one of the four great sects, the Qinkuan sect, would appear in the Endless Sea, but of course, Lin Yi would not believe this kind of nonsense. Chapter 55-95. Zhao Xiaodan felt lucky that he had chosen the right side. If he had chosen Yin Jihai's side, he would have died together with Yin Jihai. Senior Lin, the two of us don't have anything to do with Yin Jihai. You should know that in our evil warding sect, the Yin clan was very powerful. I'm the leader of a sect, but I'm Enchanting's puppet. Senior Lin, you've seen Yin Jihai's strength. The two of us aren't his match. We can only pretend to be polite to him and find an opportunity to inform Senior Lin. Zhao Xiaodan's attitude was very humble. He was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't listen to his explanation and would kill him like Yin Jihai. The Qinkuan sect's disciple looked at Zhao Xiaodan in shock. He had never heard that the evil warding sect had a relationship with Lin Yi. Zhao Xiaodan looked like he wanted to kneel down and lick Lin Yi's boots. It shouldn't be because of Yin Jihai. When Zhao Xiaodan revealed Yin Jihai's information, he felt that something was wrong. Only an idiot like Yin Jihai would think that Zhao Xiaodan was praising him. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Sect leader Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. I saw your help just now and I will remember it. Although it wasn't very useful, I won't turn my back on you." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Xiaodan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In his heart, he thought that his life was saved. In the future, it would be better to stay away from Lin Yi. If something like this happened again, he would be scared to death. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at the man from Qinkuan sect. He was thinking about how to deal with him. From the big picture, keeping an early nascent soul master alive would be beneficial to the small ancient Jianghu. However, Lin Yi's big picture had always started with the safety of the people around him. Since Qinkuan sect and Five Elements sect had already joined hands to secretly attack him, keeping such a master alive would only bring trouble to himself. Moreover, after Lin Yi's Azure Cloud sect replaced the Qinkuan sect's people might choose to take revenge. In the future, when Lin Yi leaves the ancient society, it would be irresponsible to leave these people alive. In this case, killing this guy was the right choice. Without waiting for Lin Yi to make a decision, Zhao Xiaodan, who had been observing the Qinkuan sect's people, already had a clear idea of what was going on. He quietly moved a few steps closer to the Qinkuan sect's disciple. At the same time, he placed himself in a position where it would be easier for him to launch a sneak attack. The guy from Qinkuan sect had been focusing most of his attention on Lin Yi. He didn't even think that Zhao Xiantian would do something to him. When Zhao Xiantian's three blood spiritual beasts pounced on him and started tearing at his soul, he was still in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Zhao Xiaodan's strength was originally higher than the Qinkuan sect's early nascent soul realm expert. Adding on the fact that he launched a sneak attack first, it could be said that he had the absolute advantage in an instant. He didn't leave any chance for the Qinkuan sect's disciple. "Senior Lin, this bastard from the Qinkuan sect actually said that I, Zhao Xiaodan, would collude with Yin Jihai to cheat. This is simply too much. This is intolerable. If I don't kill him today, our evil warding sect will never be able to raise our heads in the future. So, Senior Lin, please don't stop me. I must kill him today." Zhao Xiaodan's face was filled with anger. He raised his head high and said with righteousness. Lin Yi almost thought that what he said was true. Lin Yi looked at the Qinkuan sect's disciple with a strange expression. He was almost dead. Even if he wanted to stop Zhao Xiaodan, he wouldn't be able to, right? Zhao Xiaodan was a smart guy. He attacked without hesitation. First, he helped Lin Yi solve the problem. Second, he showed his loyalty to the evil warding sect. Even the Qinkuan sect's nascent soul realm elder was killed. From now on, the evil warding sect could only follow Lin Yi and the Green Cloud sect to the end. Five Elemental sect and Qinkuan sect were allies. From now on, the evil warding sect would never be on the same side as these two sections. Do as you wish. Don't worry about us. Lin Yi nodded and said casually. Then, he looked at Zhao Xiaodan and said, "You can be considered a genius. A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhao Xiaodan was overjoyed when he heard Lin Yi's praise. He thought that he did the right thing this time. So, he quickly killed the Qinghuan sect's disciple and dug out Yin Jihai's 3 inner cores. He held them with both hands and presented them to Lin Yi. Senior Lin, this is your inner core. Please keep it well. Although they were the inner cores of the sea beast puppets, their quality was no different from the normal early-stage nascent soul realm sea beasts. Zhao Xiaodan gave 3 to Lin Yi. He was quite envious. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaodan didn't do anything to kill the 3 puppets. Of course, he couldn't ask for a share of the inner core. Sect leader Zhao's reminder was helpful. You can keep 1 for yourself. Lin Yi took 2 inner cores and left 1 in Zhao Xiaodan's hand. Zhao Xiaodan was pleasantly surprised. He looked like he wanted to accept it but didn't dare to accept it. He pretended to decline. This isn't good. I only said a few words and didn't help at all. It's not appropriate to accept an inner core of the sea beast of nascent soul realm. It's just an inner core. I won't let anyone who chooses to follow me suffer. Lin Yi said with a smile. Since Zhao Xiaodan showed his loyalty, Lin Yi wouldn't treat him badly. An inner core of the sea beast of nascent soul realm was just the beginning. After that, Lin Yi didn't care about Zhao Xiaodan anymore. He handed the 2 inner cores to Lang Lang and said, these 2 inner cores belong to the sea beasts that Wu Qing and you killed. So, they belong to your Snow Sword sect. Keep them well. Oh, thank you. Lang Lang didn't say much. She didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Yi either. She agreed softly and kept the 2 inner cores. After Yin Jihai's death, her anger had subsided. She returned to her previous cold temperament. Bing Wuqing also said, thank you, boss. Then, there was nothing else. Zhao Xiaodan looked at them. Why were they all like this? It seemed that there was no need for formalities. If he continued to decline, Lin Yi might really take it back and give it to someone else. So, he quickly kept the inner cores and thanked Lin Yi with a face full of smiles. Thank you, Senior Lin. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I'll do my best to do it for you. It's been a long day, let's find a place to rest. Chapter 55-96. In fact, the cliff platform where they were now was a very good place, but there would inevitably be some bloody smell after the battle just now. It would not take much effort to find another place, and they would not have to endure the unpleasant smell here. There is a cave there. Lang Lang pointed to a position about 20 meters above them and said. Lin Yi had also discovered the cave with his divine sense. The entrance of the cave was not blocked, so the inside was quite dry and spacious. It was more than 100 square meters, which was more than enough for them to rest. The cave seems to be good, let's go there. Lin Yi made a decision and moved them to the cave. Those who needed to cultivate practiced, and those who needed to recover recovered. Zhao Dan wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Yi, so he came over with a smile and tried to strike up a conversation. Senior Lin, it must have been a hard day, right? It's really not easy to hunt sea beasts. If there are too many people, the sea beasts will hide. If there are too few people, we might be hunted by the sea beasts. It's really troublesome. Lin Yi nodded, looked at Zhao Dan and said, Sect Leader Zhao, do you know how many people from Qinghuan sect and 5 Element sect came this time? The early-stage nascent soul realm and Ma Mingyuan from 5 Element sect were not powerful people, but if the tribulation passing sage and Ma Zayden also came to the Endless Sea, they would be a bigger threat. It was not a big threat to Lin Yi, but to other people who had a good relationship with Lin Yi, such as Ling Tianyu and Primordial Invincible. If these 2 people targeted Ling Tianyu and the others, Primordial Invincible alone might not be able to protect them. As for the Chu family and Soaring Heaven sect, any tribulation passing sage would be able to sweep them away. However, these two people were the representatives of the four big sects, so they would not leave the ruined town easily. After all, Shengguan Qingyun was still watching over there. Zhao Dan was a smart person, and belonged to the kind of person who listened to others' words. Of course, he understood what Lin Yi was worried about, so he did not dare to speak nonsense. After thinking carefully, he said, I have not heard of the specifics. After all, the people of Qinkuan's sect will not deliberately talk about this kind of thing with us. However, Ma Mingyuan from Five Elements sect should also be here, because when Qinkuan's sect asked us to cooperate, they mentioned his name. Ma Mingyuan had indeed come, but he had already died one step ahead of them. Apart from Ma Mingyuan, Xiao Xiaodan didn't have any other information. Therefore, Lin Yi asked Xiao Xiaodan about the Heaven and Earth sect and the Five Elements sect. Since he was going to deal with these two sects, it was necessary to collect more information. Even a lion would go all out to catch a rabbit. Lin Yi wouldn't be negligent in this aspect. After talking for a while, Lin Yi suddenly stopped talking and raised his head slightly. His divine sense covered the entire island, so he could immediately know the slightest movement. These are the two from the Yin-Yun sect. When Zhao Yuandan saw that Lin Yi had suddenly stopped talking, he found it strange. Then, he realized what Lin Yu had discovered. Two flying spirit beasts were descending nearby. On top of the flying spirit beasts were Yun Feiyang and Zhou Baixiang of the Yin Cloud sect. They seem to be in a bit of a panic. Lin Yi nodded. Due to the interference of the turbulent tidal currents, after entering this island, Lin Yi's divine sense could only cover the entire island. He couldn't sense the situation outside the island. Therefore, the two from the Yin-Yun sect weren't discovered by Lin Yi until they passed through the interference of the turbulent tidal currents. As they were talking, another two flying spirit beasts rushed into the island from another direction. Their speed was slightly faster than the two from the Yin-Yun sect. Lin Yi's divine sense turned. It was actually Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu, whom he was worried about just now. This is a bit strange. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Yi called out to Bing Wuqing and the others and rushed out first. If Zhou Baixiang and Yun Feiyang were in a panic, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Primordial Invincible seemed to be in a bit of a mess. Moreover, the two of them did not come from the same direction. This made Lin Yi feel a bit uneasy. Bing Wuqing and Jin Weifeng immediately caught up with them, and vaguely protected Duanmu Yu and Cold Leng in the middle. Zhao Dan, on the other hand, led his subordinate and rushed out with a face full of loyalty. They had to seize this opportunity to perform well. Although the two from the Yin-Yun sect and Primordial Invincible came from different directions, they both landed on the highest peak of the island. The peak was only 100 meters above the ground from where Lin Yi and the others were. Therefore, in the end, it was Lin Yi and the others who arrived first and waited on the peak. Master Lin, you're here too. When Primordial Invincible saw Lin Yi and the others, he was delighted at first. Then, he looked a little distressed. After jumping off the flying spirit beast, he quickly walked over with Ling Tianyu. When Zhou Baixiang and Yun Feiyang saw Lin Yi and Jin Weifeng, they inevitably felt a little awkward. They cupped their fists and greeted them from afar. It was a greeting. They had no intention of talking to them, nor did they leave the place to keep a distance from Lin Yi. What happened? Lin Yi nodded and greeted them. Then, he asked directly. From the expressions of Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu, something unexpected must have happened. It's the sea beasts. The sea beasts are rioting. Primordial Invincible's expression was extremely solemn. This was not the first time he had come to the boundless sea to hunt sea beasts for their cores. However, this was the first time he had seen the scene of the sea beasts rioting. Ling Tianyu's face was a little pale. After taking a few quick breaths, he said, "It's too scary." There were at least 100 nascent soul stage sea beasts chasing us just now. There were more than 1,000 gold core stage sea beasts. Among them, there was no lack of peak late nascent soul stage sea beasts or even peak nascent soul stage sea beasts. Although we pulled the flying spirit beasts higher, we were still forced down by the sea beasts' attacks. If it wasn't for this island, our flying spirit beasts would have been beaten into the sea by the sea beasts. Zhou Baixiang and Yun Feiyang should have been paying attention to the movements here. After hearing Ling Tianyou's words, they couldn't help but move closer to Lin Yi. Needless to say, these two were in the same situation as Primordial Invincible and Yun Feiyang. Although he knew this, Lin Yi still frowned and asked, "Is the situation in other directions the same?" Primordial Invincible nodded and said, "It's hard to say the specific number, but there are indeed many sea beasts gathering in the nearby sea area. The two people of the Guiding Clouds sect should know something about it." Lin Yi turned to Zhou Baixiang and Yun Feiyang and waved. "Elder Zhou, sect leader Yun, now that we are all in the same boat, why don't you come over and discuss it?" There were hundreds of nascent soul stage sea beasts and thousands of gold core stage sea beasts behind Primordial Invincible and Yun Feiyang. No matter how powerful Lin Yi's divine sense was, he couldn't kill so many sea beasts at once. Moreover, this was only a road, so now Lin Yi needed to collect more information. Chapter 5597. Zhou Baixiang and Yun Feiyang were well aware of how bad the current situation was. This island could only be a temporary shelter. Once the sea beasts gathered, they could sink the island in minutes. Right now, only by working together with more people would they have a higher chance of survival. So after Lin Yi called out to the two of them, they immediately ran over and said anxiously, "We came from the same direction. The sea beasts' levels and numbers are similar to the immemorial mountain range. There are also countless sea beasts gathering in the direction of the immemorial mountain range. Although there aren't that many nascent soul realm sea beasts, the number of gold core realm sea beasts is even more terrifying." Lin Yi frowned deeply. From what they described, the sea beast rampage this time was a relatively large area. In a situation like this, the chances of escaping with flying spirit beasts was very low. It wasn't that sea beasts didn't have methods to attack targets in the sky. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Most sea beasts could attack targets in the sky, but it wasn't very useful if they were alone. Humans could dodge them easily, but it was a different story when it came to group attacks. It was hard to defend against. Why would the sea beasts rampage? Do you have any clues about this? Lin Yi looked at the faces of the immemorial undefeated realm cultivators one by one, but only saw a blank look. Obviously, they didn't have any clue. Yun Feiyang said with a worried face, "Normally, the scale of this hunting operation is quite small, so it's impossible for the beasts to riot. Although we don't know what happened inside, we don't have time to figure it out. First, we have to think about how to get out of the endless sea." Everyone knew this, but there was nothing they could do about it. If there were sea beasts rampaging in one direction, they could still escape from another direction. However, the situation seemed to be that they were surrounded by sea beasts from all directions. There was no way they could escape. Lin Yi called his flying spirit beast and jumped on it. He said to everyone, "I will fly up and see what the situation is. You guys prepare to fight. Those amphibious sea beasts should be attacking the island soon." These words caused everyone's heart to tremble. What he said was very reasonable. With their strength, 3 to 5 nascent soul stage sea beasts wouldn't be a problem. But if there were 30 to 50 of them, it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Instead, it would be a problem for them to escape. Lin Yi patted the flying-type spirit beast beneath him, and with a flap of its wings, it shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds. Very quickly, it broke through the interference of the tidal turbulence that had isolated divine sense, and instantly spread out his divine sense. In the next second, Lin Yi was shocked by the scene that his divine sense had scanned. He couldn't help but gasp. As far as his divine sense could reach, there were sea beasts everywhere. Roughly estimating, there were at least 400 to 500 nascent soul stage beasts and more than 5,000 golden core stage beasts. As for foundation establishment stage beasts, there were tens of thousands of them. With such a number, even if they stood still and let Lin Yi kill them, he would definitely not be able to kill them all. Luckily, these sea beasts don't like land. Otherwise, we would only need to mobilize less than a tenth of the number here to sweep through the entire ancient underworld. Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. He then controlled the flying-type spirit beast to make a violent evasive maneuver. In just a short period of time, more than 10 attacks from the sea beasts had already landed on Lin Yi. Fortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense had 360 degrees of divine sense without any blind spots. Thus, he was able to easily dodge the attacks. Before more of the sea beasts could attack, Lin Yi had already commanded the flying-type spirit beast to descend quickly. Flying in the air was indeed too dangerous. At the moment, only the small island was slightly safer. Because of the interference of the tidal turbulence, Lin Yi was unable to see the situation outside. At the same time, the strong cultivators of the sea beasts were also unable to see the situation on the small island clearly. As long as all the sea beasts did not focus their attacks on the small island at the same time, they would still have a chance to catch their breath for the time being. After landing on the top of the small island, Lin Yi had already started to condense super elixir fire bombs in his hands. There were too many sea beasts outside. Whether it was the soul-reaping hand or the divine sense vortex, both were super effective methods in small-scale battles. However, when faced with the sea beast tide, only the super elixir fire bombs would have enough lethality and destructive power. Oh no, the sea beasts have really landed on the island. As soon as Lin Yi landed, Primordial Invincible's expression changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice. Although most of the sea beasts in the sea had the ability to attack targets high in the sky, they could not leave the water for too long. Take Jihai's swordfish sea beast for example. If they left the water, they could only release one attack at most. Therefore, the sea beasts that had landed on the island this time were all amphibious sea beasts, such as the sea crab sea beast that Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing had encountered before, the sea turtle sea beast just now, and sea lions and seals. Although this was a very small proportion of the entire endless sea, for Lin Yi and the others, it was already shocking enough. Moreover, this time, the sea beasts did not come from a fixed direction. The entire coastline of the small island was the landing point for these sea beasts. According to their divine sense, there were at least 500 to 600 amphibious sea beasts appearing on the small island. And this was only the sea beasts that were near the small island. There were still many more coming from further away. There are 11 original infant stage sea beasts, 122 golden core stage sea beasts, and the rest are all foundation building stage sea beasts. Apart from Lin Yi, Primordial Invincible was the strongest among them, and at the same time the most experienced. Therefore, when he saw that Lin Yi was preparing for a big move, he immediately took the initiative to detect the enemy's situation. Among the original infant stage sea beasts, there is one original infant complete stage sea beast, 2 original infant late stage sea beasts, 1 original infant middle stage sea beast, and the rest are original infant early stage sea beasts and original infant peak sea beasts. However, these original infant stage sea beasts are scattered, so if we are fast enough, we can take them down one by one. Although Lin Yi was distracted by condensing 2 super alchemic fire bombs, he did not relax the detection of his divine sense. He immediately followed up Primordial Invincible's words. The situation was urgent, so Lin Yi did not care about anything else. He directly ordered, "The few of you original infant stage move together. According to the order of the weakest to the strongest, go and kill the weakest original infant stage sea beasts. I will deal with the strongest original infant complete stage sea beast. Ignore the golden core stage and foundation building sea beasts for now. Wait until the original infant stage sea beasts are killed. Those who have not reached the original infant stage will stay at the top of the mountain and watch these flying spirit beasts. Understood. Understood. Primordial Invincible expressed his support for Lin Yi without hesitation. Bing Wuqing and Jin Weifeng spoke almost at the same time as Primordial Invincible. Jin Weifeng was originally a member of the Blue Clouds sect and was Lin Yi's grand disciple. It was normal for him to listen to Lin Yi's orders. Chapter 5598. In addition, Primordial Invincible was once the #1 person in the ancient small Jianghu, and now he was at least in the top 5 of the strongest Yuanying realm experts. Bing Wuqing was a genius cultivator who appeared to be at the peak of the middle stage of Yuanying realm, but with the secret help of Lin Yi, her real strength had reached the Yuanying realm. Both of them had expressed their full support for Lin Yi, so what else could Yun Feiyang and Zhou Baixiang say? Not to mention that Zhao Xiaodan had also expressed his approval. Only God knew that Zhao Xiaodan was still regretting his slow reaction, for fear that Lin Yi would think that he was not proactive. Fortunately, Zhou Baixiang and Yun Feiyang were at the bottom, so Zhao Xiaodan could secretly rejoice that he was not the last one. I will be the arrowhead, Wuqing will guard the rear, Elder Zhou and Sect Leader Zhao will guard the flanks, and Sect Leader Yun and Elder Jin will support from the middle. Maintain the formation, and don't get separated. Primordial Invincible organized the other 5 people to form an arrow formation, and without delay, they directly rushed to the first target, the sea beast. You guys be careful. Lin Yi turned around and said, and then rushed down from another direction. There was the strongest Yuanying realm sea beast there, and Lin Yi had to get rid of it first. Otherwise, if the 6 Yuanying realm cultivators were delayed by this sea beast, they would be completely trapped in the sea beast tide and unable to escape. Lin Yi's plan was to rely on the absolute strength of the 6 people to suppress the sea beast and quickly kill the Yuanying realm sea beast. In this way, although there were many sea beasts in the gold core stage, at least they would not form an attack wave that was enough to kill Lin Yi's people, so it would be much easier to deal with them. You be careful too. Duan Liu responded loudly to Lin Yi, and opened his mouth coldly, but in the end, like Duan Liu, he did not say anything. He just watched Lin Yi go down with a faint worry in his eyes. Ling Tianyu forced a smile and said, "You don't have to worry. Brother Lin's magic has already exceeded our imagination. If there is anyone who can help us escape from this situation, it can only be Brother Lin." The peak stage gold core late stage cultivator from the Baixia sect did not say anything. Although there was fear on his face, he was still relatively calm. He released his blood spirit beasts, 60 thumb-sized tiger peaks. When Lin Yi rushed down the mountain, his hands were still in the state of condensing the super alchemic fire bomb. However, this was used to deal with the sea beasts in the sea, so he couldn't use it now. Therefore, when he encountered low-level sea beasts blocking his way, Lin Yi directly dodged them, not stopping at all. The island was not big to begin with, and the top of the mountain was in the central area. Therefore, under Lin Yi's full speed, he had already rushed to the vicinity of the Yuanying realm peak sea beast in 2 or 3 breaths. Seeing the super alchemic fire bomb in Lin Yi's hand, the Yuanying realm peak sea beast clearly felt danger. It actually roared and quickly retreated, trying to open up the distance between it and Lin Yi. At the same time, it commanded more than 10 gold core stage sea beasts to surround Lin Yi from all directions. Even if they couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, they wanted to try to exhaust the super alchemic fire bomb in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi's face showed a trace of mockery. In this situation, Lin Yi could not use the divine sense whirlpool to probe. Yin Jihai's sea beast puppet could use the divine sense whirlpool to convert the alchemic fire to kill the blood spirit beasts. But for normal sea beasts, especially the Yuanying realm peak sea beasts, the divine sense whirlpool could not directly enter their bodies to attack their primordial spirit. At most, it could only pull the primordial spirit out and slowly tear it apart. Lin Yi was still surrounded by more than 10 gold core stage sea beasts. He might only have one chance to attack. If this sea beast could resist the divine sense attack, then Lin Yi could only throw out a super alchemic fire bomb. Fortunately, this did not happen. Lin Yi's divine sense whirlpool successfully hooked out the primordial spirit of the Yuanying realm peak sea beast, causing the strongest sea beast to directly collapse to the ground and lose the ability to move. However, Lin Yi was multitasking at this time. He condensed 2 super alchemic fire bombs at the same time. He also had to pay attention to dodging the attacks of more than 10 gold core stage sea beasts. He also had to use the divine sense whirlpool to accurately attack the Yuanying realm peak sea beast. For a while, he felt a little overwhelmed. So after the divine sense whirlpool pulled out the primordial spirit of the sea beast, the primordial spirit swallowed instinctively. Lin Yi, who had just killed the Yuanying realm peak sea beast, was suddenly shocked. His divine sense tumor had not been completely refined. How could he dare to swallow the primordial spirit at this moment? Especially in this kind of chaotic battle, if he accidentally couldn't suppress it and wanted to break through, he might be directly dismembered by the sea beast. The first profound ascending stage master to be dismembered by a low-level sea beast when breaking through. Lin Yi didn't want to engrave such a shameful word on his tombstone, so he subconsciously reversed the swallowing ability, and then the primordial spirit of the Yuanying realm peak sea beast quickly flowed into the super alchemic fire bomb in Lin Yi's palms, causing the super alchemic fire bomb to expand about twice in an instant. Damn! Scared me to death. Lin Yi couldn't help swearing, and cold sweat flowed down his back. After adding the divine sense whirlpool, the speed of condensing the super alchemic fire bomb was already a lot faster. This sudden surge almost made Lin Yi lose control of these 2 super alchemic fire bombs. If these 2 super alchemic fire bombs lose control at the same time, the picture would be too beautiful. Lin Yi himself couldn't imagine it. It was estimated that Lin Yi, who was in the center of the explosion, would not even have a bone left. Even Lin Yi, who had always been calm, couldn't help swearing. Without caring about wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Lin Yi directly launched 3 divine sense whirlpools, and transformed part of it into divine sense whirlpool, raging all the sea beasts of the gold core stage that surrounded him. There may not be a way to deal with the Yuanying realm sea beasts, but it was more than enough to deal with these gold core stage sea beasts. Without waiting to completely deal with these gold core stage sea beasts, Lin Yi turned around and ran back. The 2 super alchemic fire bombs in his hands made him feel scared. It was better to go back and stabilize it first. Speaking of which, how did the power suddenly soar just now? Lin Yi calmed down and thought about it, and his face suddenly became a little strange. It seemed that because he didn't want to swallow the soul of the sea beasts, he subconsciously pushed the soul out. It just so happened that Lin Yi's hands were condensing the super alchemic fire bomb. Not only did it require a lot of true qi, but it also required a lot of divine sense power. And the soul, to put it bluntly, was the condensation of divine sense power. Lin Yi never thought that the soul hooked by the soul reaping hand could have such a use. In this way, there were a lot of soul hooked in the space of Lin Yi's jade pendant that had not been dealt with yet. Chapter 5599. After thinking about it, Lin Yi stopped and once again used the soul hooking hand to hook the soul of a sea beast in the gold core stage. He first imprisoned it in the space of the jade pendant, and then used it to try again later. Originally, Lin Yi had some concerns about using the super pill fire bomb. After all, true qi could be extracted from the space of the jade pendant indefinitely. However, Lin Yi only had so much divine sense. Even if he reduced the proportion of divine sense in the super pill fire bomb, he could not use it all the time. When dealing with so many sea beasts outside, it could only serve as a deterrent. Now, the problem was completely solved. Just now, the two super pill firebombs were directly enhanced to the limit that Lin Yi could control. Among them, the proportion of divine sense in the pill firebomb accounted for more than 80%. Lin Yi felt that it was too wasteful. Such a high proportion of divine sense in the pill firebomb would only reduce the power of the super pill firebomb. However, there was no other way. If he continued to inject true chi into the pill firebomb, he was afraid that it would directly explode. Therefore, Lin Yi thought of using the sea beast in the gold core stage to try again next time. Returning to the top of the mountain, Lin Yi took the time to pay attention to the situation on the side of Primordial Invincible and the others. This group of 6 people was just as Lin Yi had planned. They crushed all the way with absolute strength. Although he had told them to ignore the sea beasts in the gold core stage and the foundation establishment stage, they could still kill them when they rushed over. Therefore, wherever the 6 people passed, it was like a speedboat cutting through the waves on the water. In such a short time, Primordial Invincible and a few people had killed 6 nascent soul stage sea beasts in a row. The remaining 4 saw that the situation was not good and wanted to gather together. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even if it was a head-on battle, the 6 people were enough to crush the last 4 nascent soul stage sea beasts. Not to mention, before the last gathering, Primordial Invincible killed another nascent soul stage sea beast. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, Lin Yi felt a lot more at ease. He leaped onto the flying spirit beast and took off again. He only had time to say, "I'm going to negotiate." After flying up to the sky, Lin Yi became the target of the sea beasts in the endless sea again. This time, hundreds of attacks came from all directions. If Lin Yi hadn't used his soul consciousness to detect the incoming attacks, even if he wasn't injured, the flying beast he had stolen from Ma Mingyuan would have been torn into pieces. Lin Yi cried out in alarm. He really shouldn't have let the flying spirit beast come out this time. In this kind of situation, the flying spirit beast wouldn't be able to provide much help. Instead, it would become a burden to Lin Yi. It would be much more convenient for Lin Yi to fly in his soul form. Go back to the island. Be careful. Taking advantage of the missed attack, Lin Yi hurriedly sent the flying spirit beast back. He pushed off the back of the flying spirit beast with the tip of his foot. At the same time, he gave it a kick so that it could land on the island even faster. After leaving the flying spirit beast, Lin Yi immediately turned his body into a soul form. However, both of his palms were still in the soul form. This was to prevent the 2 super Dan firebombs from escaping his control. "I'll let you eat an egg first. I'll let you know that I'm not a vegetarian." Lin Yi snorted. He turned around and flew to the densest area of the sea beasts. There weren't many Yuanying stage sea beasts there, but the rest of the sea beasts were quite dense. Lin Yi didn't know how many sea beasts would be killed by this Super Dan firebomb. In order to avoid the Super Dan firebomb being intercepted by the sea beasts, Lin Yi had to get closer to attack. Fortunately, 99% of his soul form was in the soul form. He could be immune to most of the attacks. Coupled with the defense of the God-controlling bracelet, the occasional divine sense attack that appeared would be avoided. If he couldn't avoid it, it wouldn't pose any threat. Soon, Lin Yi appeared less than 10 meters above the sea with the 2 Super Dan firebombs. The rioting sea beasts were going crazy. In an instant, thousands of attacks besieged Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't have a chance to speak even if he wanted to. He could only hurriedly throw a Super Dan firebomb and rise to the sky at full speed. While avoiding the attack, he also avoided the possible aftermath of the Super Dan firebomb. Although more than 80% of this Super Dan firebomb was spiritual awareness Dan fire, because the source was the soul of the sea beasts, not Lin Yi's own spiritual awareness, the influence that could be exerted on it was very small. Lin Yi himself was not sure. He could only try to control the direction of the explosion as much as possible. In the violent explosion, a huge spiral-shaped semicircle rose in the sea below. There was a strong energy fluctuation inside. A terrifying destructive aura was rapidly brewing. It would explode at any time. Lin Yi no longer cared about anything else. He threw another Super Dan firebomb to the side. After completely transforming into a soul, he desperately fled in the opposite direction. The influence on the Super Dan firebomb could be said to be a failure, but it was not completely useless. At least it gave Lin Yi a chance to escape. The power of the explosion would be very weak in this direction. Of course, that was only relative to other directions. If he was touched by a trace, Lin Yi's soul would be instantly destroyed. This time, he was really playing with his life. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to use the second Super Dan firebomb to deter the sea beasts. But if he held it in his hand to escape, it would explode if he was not careful. Lin Yi did not dare to take this risk. He could only throw it to another group of sea beasts first. The first shocking explosion shocked all the sea beasts. So when the second Super Dan firebomb was thrown by Lin Yi, a large number of sea beasts were stunned. For a moment, they did not even attack. The biggest weakness of the Super Dan firebomb was that its attack speed was too slow. For example, if Lin Yi threw a flying knife, its speed would definitely be 2 or 3 times faster than throwing a Super Dan firebomb. From this, it could be clearly seen that as long as the opponent reacted fast enough, there was a chance to intercept the Dan firebomb midway. Of course, the power of the intercepted Super Dan firebomb would not be weakened, but it was still much better than directly exploding on the body. This was Lin Yi's plan. No matter what, in any case, killing one was one. It was much better than keeping it in his hand and killing himself. Unexpectedly, the second Super Dan firebomb was not intercepted at all. It fell steadily into the group of sea beasts, and then there was a second shocking explosion. The power of the 2 consecutive explosions formed a chain of explosions. The energy of the same source fused and split, making the power even more powerful. Lin Yi did not want to have this kind of surprise at all. If he had known earlier, he would not have flown so close to throw it. Chapter 5600. If Lin Yi had not chosen the direction with the least power, he would have died along with those sea beasts. Originally, it would have been difficult for Lin Yi to escape from the aftermath of the upgraded explosion. Fortunately, he had used the strong airflow to directly push himself far away. In addition, his primordial spirit had the characteristic of nothingness, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Looking back, Lin Yi himself felt a lingering fear. The 2 super pill firebombs had directly wiped out 1 to 2,000 sea beasts. In terms of numbers, it did not seem to be a large proportion of the sea beast tide. However, there were more than 100 Yuanying stage sea beasts and about 500 golden core stage sea beasts. This ratio was very terrifying. Lin Yi secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He immediately changed back to his primordial spirit body and landed on the body of a golden core stage sea beast that was scared stiff on the surface of the sea. The soul-reaping hand directly hooked the primordial spirit. With a flip of his hands, he once again condensed 2 super pill fire bombs. Of course, in such a short period of time, these 2 bombs were just empty shells. In terms of power, he estimated that they would only be able to scare the Foundation Establishment stage sea beasts. I know you can understand my words. Listen. I do not want to start an all-out war with you sea beasts. Therefore, I want to see the leader of your sea beasts. Immediately. Lin Yi stepped on the body of the golden core stage sea beast that had lost its primordial spirit. His face was incomparably solemn as the waves undulated up and down. The sea beasts that originally wanted to attack Lin Yi, after seeing the super pill firebombs in Lin Yi's hands, felt a little guilty and retreated. They did not know that the bombs in Lin Yi's hands were only used to scare people. In fact, Lin Yi was also puzzled. He had just obtained the primordial spirit and wanted to immediately use it to make the super pill fire bombs. However, he could not smoothly integrate it into his body. True Qi continuously flowed into the palms of his hands. But just by doing this, not only was the speed slow, the power was also much weaker. After thinking carefully, Lin Yi realized that he was still missing a crucial step. Primordial Spirit Devour. Then he immediately stopped and reversed. Sure enough, the primordial spirit of the Jidan stage sea beast, which had been unmoved just now, was immediately divided into two parts and poured into the palms of Lin Yi's hands. Two super pill fire bombs were formed almost instantaneously, and they were not as exaggerated as the previous two. They were completely under the control of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He continued to inject vital qi and ordinary alchemic fire to adjust the overall proportion. He snorted coldly at the group of sea beasts. Don't think that you have a lot of sea beasts. As you can see, if I want to, I can kill most of you without a problem. Hurry up and call your commander out. All peace came from fighting. This sentence had always been the truth. If Lin Yi had said in the beginning that he wanted to see the commander of the sea beasts, he would have been torn to pieces by the sea beasts. However, after Lin Yi displayed his terrifying attack power, the sea beasts did not dare to take the initiative to attack him. Not only that, in a very short period of time, a huge sea snake swam over from the passage that the sea beasts had made way for. The sea snake stopped a few meters away from Lin Yi, raised its head out of the water, and spoke to Lin Yi in the human language. Human, I am the strongest sea beast in this sea area. I can also be considered the commander here. What do you want to say? I want to know why you guys are rioting. Under normal circumstances, you sea beasts don't have much contact with each other. In fact, many of you are natural enemies. Why have you joined forces this time to chase us humans? Lin Yi raised his head and looked into the sea snake's eyes as he asked calmly. The sea beast riot this time was indeed very strange. Lin Yi had to figure out the reason. Otherwise, his plan to hunt sea beasts in the future would not be able to be carried out smoothly. If a sea beast riot was triggered every time, it was hard to say if the sea beasts would directly attack the land and completely wipe out the primordial underworld. The sea snake's cold eyes fixed on Lin Yi. After a moment, it said, "We do have many natural enemies, but the biggest natural enemy is you humans. Is there anything strange about hunting humans?" The sea snake's answer made Lin Yi a little speechless. Indeed, the sea beasts in the boundless ocean had a complete food chain, but in terms of natural enemies, it seemed that humans were the common natural enemy of all sea beasts. This was because in the eyes of humans, all sea beasts were the same after they turned into inner cores. Human, the martial art in your hand is indeed very powerful. It can be said to be the strongest martial art I've seen so far. However, it's a little ridiculous if you want to use it to threaten us. Do you know how many sea beasts there are in the boundless ocean? I'm not afraid to tell you that the lowest unit is billions. Do you think killing these sea beasts will scare us? There was a trace of disdain in the sea snake's eyes. Although it could feel that the light ball in Lin Yi's hand was enough to kill it easily, it still showed a trace of disdain without fear. Lin Yi was silent for a moment before he said, "Indeed, I can't kill all the sea beasts in the boundless ocean, but I can lead my people to fight a bloody path out of here. Don't doubt that I can use this martial art continuously. You won't believe me even if I tell you. This martial art doesn't consume too much energy for my body." After saying that, Lin Yi directly threw the super alchemy fire bomb in his right hand into the distance. Of course, he chose the place where it had exploded before. Now was the time for negotiation, and it was not the right time to continue provoking the sea beasts. When the super alchemy fire bomb exploded in the distance, a new super alchemy fire bomb had already condensed in Lin Yi's right palm. This time, Lin Yi turned the primordial spirit of the Golden Core Stage Sea Beast into spiritual alchemy fire and injected it into it. Then, with the vital energy in the space of the jade pendant, it took shape instantly. There was nothing to say about the speed, but because it lacked the ordinary alchemy fire that Lin Yi had, the power would not be as strong as the explosion just now. The sea snake lowered its head slightly and stared at Lin Yi coldly. To be honest, it did not expect that this powerful martial arts skill of Lin Yi could not only be used continuously, but also be released at an astonishing speed. In this way, it seemed that it was not completely impossible for Lin Yi to leave with the people on the island. In fact, Lin Yi was also a little afraid in his heart. It was indeed possible to release super alchemy fire bombs continuously after solving the problem of using the primordial spirit of the sea beast as the spiritual alchemy fire material. But the problem was that the power of this thing was amazing, and Lin Yi himself was not very good at controlling it. Just now, he almost blew himself up. If he really took people to break out of the encirclement and threw it all the way, God knows if they would be the first to be killed. Chapter 5601. To put it bluntly, Lin Yi was acting so tough to scare the clown sea serpent. It was a negotiation, and bluffing was the most important method. Seeing that the clown sea serpent did not speak, Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "I don't know why you're suddenly rioting this time, but I'm only concerned about whether my people and I can return to land. It's best if both of us can live in peace. After all, there's no deep hatred between us that can't be resolved, right?" Although Lin Yi had killed many sea beasts, the endless sea was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The clown sea serpent, who was at the top of the food chain in the endless sea, would not care about how many low-level sea beasts Lin Yi had killed. Therefore, what Lin Yi said was still very reasonable. The clown sea serpent took a deep look at Lin Yi and nodded. "You're indeed a special human. If possible, I don't mind letting you go. Unfortunately, this matter is no longer something that I can make the decision on, unless you can hand over those humans." "Who?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. Could the clown sea serpent be talking about Primordial Invincible and the others? After all, the sea beasts were chasing after them. In fact, that was not right either. In the entire endless sea, the situation near the island was everywhere. It did not mean that this was the center of the sea beasts' riot. On the contrary, it was just a very ordinary small corner. Those few humans robbed a young member of our royal sea beast tribe. Unless you can hand over those people and guarantee that our royal sea beast tribe member's safety, the entire endless sea will become a forbidden place for all humans. The clown sea serpent did not continue to speak ambiguously. Instead, he simply and directly made his words clear. Lin Yi's heart trembled, and he could not help but want to curse. Which bastard was so free to kidnap a royal sea beast tribe member? The sea beasts in the entire endless sea were like a plate of loose sand. This was not wrong, but it did not mean that the sea beasts did not have a king. Once the king of the sea beasts appeared and gave an order, the sea beasts in the entire endless sea would respond immediately, just like the current sea beasts riot. Lin Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He was a calm and collected person, but he almost lost his composure when he heard this news. It could be seen how great the impact of this matter was. "We don't know about this. Can you tell me in detail? Maybe I can find some clues to help you find your royal family members as soon as possible." Lin Yi's expression became serious as he said to the clown sea serpent solemnly. Although the clown sea serpent in front of him was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, Lin Yi could feel that this guy should have surpassed the level of the ordinary peak of the nascent soul realm. It could be said to be a top expert of the half-step profound ascension realm. If it was on the heavenly stage island, it might have advanced to the profound ascension realm at any time. It was really because of the restrictions of the thunder tribulation in the immemorial underworld that it was trapped in this realm and could not advance. Judging from the unintentional respect that the clown sea serpent showed when he mentioned the royal sea beast tribe, it was obviously not a member of the royal sea beast tribe, so it could be speculated that the strength of the royal sea beast tribe was definitely above it. Even if it was not at the profound ascension realm, the gap in racial talent could completely crush the clown sea serpent. For example, the azure dragon at the peak of the nascent soul realm and the spirit bird at the peak of the nascent soul realm, would they be equal because they were at the same level? There was no comparison at all. If they really fought, the azure dragon could kill a dozen spirit birds with one claw. Lin Yi really had a headache now. He did not know which stupid bird dared to offend the royal sea beast tribe of the boundless sea. If this matter was not handled well, his agreement with the old spirit-eater beast would be nullified. The death-forbidden land of the human race was definitely not something that could be casually said. If it really reached that point, let alone hunting the sea beasts, it would be good enough if the sea beasts did not go to the land to hunt humans instead. The clown sea serpent seemed to really believe Lin Yi's words. After a little consideration, it said, "I'm not too sure about the specific situation, but I heard some general information from our royal family. If you can help us find those humans, not only will we let you leave safely this time, you will also become a friend of us sea beasts in the future." Lin Yi thought to himself, forget about being friends. I'm still counting on your inner cores. If we really become friends, I'll be too embarrassed to make a move on you since we're so familiar with each other. The clown sea serpent paused for a moment, as if he was organizing his thoughts, trying to think of a suitable way to say it. Yes, a member of our oceanic beast royal tribe was kidnapped by a few humans, then boarded a glowing metal disc, and instantly rushed into the sky. That speed was much faster than the fastest flying spirit beasts. I don't know what kind of secret treasure it is, but I've never seen it before. Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. A glowing metal disc. Extremely fast. Are you sure you're not telling a science fiction story? Could it be that the ones who kidnapped the royal sea beasts were aliens in a UO? The clown sea serpent glanced at Lin Yi and keenly noticed Lin Yi's abnormality. It immediately asked, "Do you know what kind of secret treasure it is?" It's probably something called UO. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. If there was a person in front of him, he would be sure that the other party was talking nonsense. However, it was the clown sea serpent in front of him, so Lin Yi felt that it was not fake. Oi fu. That sounds like a very powerful secret treasure. The clown sea serpent looked a little confused, but then it asked excitedly, "Since you know about this kind of secret treasure, you must know who has it, right?" "I know, basically every alien has one." The absurd feeling in Lin Yi's heart could not dissipate. However, if he really thought about it carefully, other than the aliens, it seemed that the only place that could have something like a flying saucer in the ancient underworld was the center, right? "I can't be sure, but I do have some clues. If I'm not wrong." Lin Yi nodded slightly and did not give a definite answer. Speaking of which, the center had indeed been too quiet recently. He remembered that when he first entered the ancient underworld, the center had been expanding everywhere and doing things in a very high profile. Previously, Lin Yi was still wondering why he did not see anyone from the center at such an important occasion like the ancient convention. Now that he thought about it, it should be the center that was planning to kidnap the royal sea beasts, right? The clown sea serpent's eyes were filled with excitement, and he hurriedly asked, "It's good that you have a clue. Whether it's a guess or not, tell me first." As a top powerhouse among the sea beasts, the clown sea serpent was not a member of the royal family. However, in terms of bloodline, the clown sea serpent and the royal sea beasts were still related in ancient times. If he could find the members of the royal family this time, the clown sea serpent might have a chance to enter the royal family. Even if it was just a marginal position, it was definitely not something that could be compared to now. Chapter 5602. This was also the reason why the clown sea serpent would ignore the danger and personally come to negotiate with Lin Yi. Other than having absolute confidence in his own strength, he was also looking for an opportunity. Humans who could kill sea beasts on a large scale were certainly not ordinary people. If they wanted to find those humans, the sea beasts would not have an advantage over the human powerhouses. As it turned out, the clown sea serpent had made the right bet this time. Lin Yi really did have news about those humans. Even if it was an unconfirmed guess, it was much better than being clueless. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before saying, "I can help you find those humans, but the premise is that you must let the people on the island leave the boundless sea. There's no need for such a tragic battle between us. As long as they can leave safely, I will definitely do my best to rescue the members of the royal sea beasts." Deal. The clown sea serpent did not hesitate at all. The few humans on the island were nothing to it, so it was fine if it let them go. The most important thing was Lin Yi. If Lin Yi stayed here, there was a possibility that he could find the royal family members. That was more important than anything else. Lin Yi was a little stunned when the clown sea serpent agreed so readily. However, after thinking about it, he understood what the clown sea serpent was thinking. So, Lin Yi did not stand on ceremony and directly said to the clown sea serpent, "Then I'll have to trouble you to withdraw all the sea beasts on the island first. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be many left after I use a martial arts skill." "It's okay. There are plenty of sea beasts in the boundless sea. 1,000 or 800 of them are just my rations for a month. You guys can kill as many as you want," the clown sea serpent said indifferently, making Lin Yi sweat profusely. This existence at the top of the food chain of the sea beasts was indeed different. However, this way, Lin Yi was relieved. It seemed that the clown sea serpent really did not care much about killing so many sea beasts just now. Although the clown sea serpent said that, it was also afraid that Lin Yi would go crazy and implicate it again. Therefore, it turned around and let out a shrill scream, ordering all the sea beasts on the island to retreat. After a while, the clown sea serpent was surprised to find that although there were many sea beasts that had returned, there was not a single nascent soul stage beast. Most of the golden core stage beasts were also gone. It was one thing for Lin Yi to use the super pill fire bomb previously, but there was clearly no movement on the island, yet they had lost so many high-level sea beasts. It seemed that the strength of those humans could not be underestimated. Primordial Invincible and the others noticed that the sea beasts had retreated in an orderly manner. When they connected the shocking explosion outside the island and the huge wave that was created because of it, they believed that it was related to Lin Yi. Hence, they immediately rode on their flying spirit beasts and rushed out of the island. Then, the large number of broken sea beast corpses directly stunned them on the spot. They thought that the results of the battle on the island were already extremely glorious, but compared to the outside of the island, it was simply a joke. Seeing Lin Yi standing on the sea beast corpses on the surface of the sea, Primordial Invincible and the others immediately rushed over. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this. At least these people were willing to ignore their own safety to support Lin Yi. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it was still a good intention. "I'll have to trouble you to send a subordinate to send these people to the coast on the other side of the immemorial mountain range. I'll go with you. With just a few words from you, the information is still too little. I need to collect more information," Lin Yi said to the clown sea serpent, then turned his head and used True Chi to send a voice transmission to Primordial Invincible and the others. "There are some things that I need to investigate with these sea beasts. You guys collect the inner cores of the sea beasts that I killed and then go back directly to finish the competition. Don't worry about me, I will be back soon." Primordial Invincible, Bing Wuqing, Jin Weifeng, and the others looked at each other and then nodded slightly. Since Lin Yi had said so, they would do as he said. They knew very well that although they were already top experts in the primordial underworld, they were by Lin Yi's side most of the time. For example, in this current situation, if it weren't for the few of them, Lin Yi could easily escape from danger alone. Just looking at the sea beast corpses floating on the surface of the sea was enough to prove this point. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the clown sea serpent agreed happily. Then, he found a mid-stage nascent soul realm sea beast to open a path and told it to bring Primordial Invincible and the others out of the boundless sea. Then, he led Lin Yi to the deep sea. The rest of the sea beasts followed behind in a majestic manner. The scene was extremely spectacular. As for the sea beasts that were killed by Lin Yi, the clown sea serpent did not care at all. It was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to let Primordial Invincible and the others collect the inner cores. From this, it could be seen that the law of the jungle among the sea beasts had really reached a point where the strong preyed on the weak. Lin Yi frowned as he sat on the flying spirit beast and followed behind the clown sea serpent. There was a large number of sea beasts behind him, and there were even more sea beasts in front of him. The entire boundless sea was like a boiling pot of water, and there were sea beasts everywhere. If this matter was really caused by the center, then it was really hard to predict how it would develop in the end. With the center's technological strength, it was hard for Lin Yi to imagine what kind of shocking things they would come up with after kidnapping the members of the sea beast royal family. After flying for more than an hour, the clown sea serpent stopped moving forward. He raised his head and said to Lin Yi, "The members of our royal family were kidnapped by those humans in this area." That metal disc called a Fu probably rushed out of the sea and flew away from the bottom of the sea in this place. Lin Yi controlled the flying spirit beast to get close to the sea and looked around. Naturally, he could not see anything other than the sea beasts all over the world. So, he could only ask the clown sea serpent with a bitter smile, "You should have seen those people and the UFO with the sea beasts, right? Can you let me ask about the situation?" The clown sea serpent shook its head and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. We can let you see it with your own eyes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have brought you here." After saying that, the clown sea serpent opened its mouth and let out a low roar. Two strange sea beasts nearby raised their heads, and a dazzling light lit up on their foreheads. At the same time, a pillar of light shot out and gathered in the sky. After the two pillars of light converged, they formed a white fog screen, and gradually, an image appeared in it. Lin Yi looked up at the sky in shock. Is this a movie? Or is it a 3D version? The clown sea serpent explained, "This is a rather useless innate ability of sea beasts. It's to create a small mirage in one place, but the scene that appears is not a reflection of other places, but what happened in this place in a day." Chapter 5603. If it was used for combat, this ability would indeed be a trash with a combat strength index of only 5. However, one mustn't overlook the fact that this was an ability that involved time and space. Even the most superficial knowledge couldn't conceal its brilliance. Only in groups like the sea beasts, which would die if they didn't fight, would there be such a thing as casting pearls before swine. As they spoke, the fog in the sky had faded, and the scene inside was exactly the same as the real world. Those who didn't know what was going on would be able to see an area of the endless sea in the sky, exactly the same as the one below. Lin Yi and the clown sea serpent did not continue talking. Instead, they carefully looked at everything in the sky, afraid that they would miss a single detail. First, a blue flood dragon about the size of a sea serpent soared into the sky from the sea. Needless to say, this should be the royal family of the sea beasts. Although it was not a real dragon, if this blue flood dragon could continue to level up, it might be able to be reborn and transform into a dragon after evolution. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly guessed the Central's intention. A real dragon was not something that the Central could capture now, but the blue flood dragon, which was the royal family of the sea beasts closest to the dragon race, was the best substitute without a real dragon. There was no doubt that the Central's next step of research should be to extract the powerful genes of the blue flood dragon. As for whether to clone a creature like the blue flood dragon or fuse the blue flood dragon's genes to create new combat weapons, it was not something that Lin Yi could guess at the moment. The scene in the sky continued to change. Following the blue flood dragon rushing out of the sea were 4 humanoid creatures wearing alloy armor. When he saw these 4 people, Lin Yi immediately confirmed that it was definitely the Central. This was because the style of these alloy armors was very similar to the ones used by Kong Ming Ming on the Heavenly Island. Although there were some differences in the details, they were of the same origin. Under the siege of 4 guys who looked like Iron Man, the blue flood dragon basically did not have much power to fight back. Although it was a member of the royal family of the sea beasts, the blue flood dragon should still be in its juvenile stage, and its strength was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Several mid-stage or even late-stage nascent soul realm sea beasts rushed to protect the blue flood dragon, but they were blasted into pieces by the laser cannons in the hands of the 4 people in alloy armor. The whole process was very short. In just a breath's time, the blue flood dragon was subdued by the 4 people. Then, the shiny metal disc that the clown sea serpent mentioned appeared. The 4 people entered the UFO with the blue flood dragon and instantly rushed into the sky and disappeared from the scene. Lin Yi let out a breath of turbid air. If he did not recognize the style of the alloy armor, just by looking at the scene, it really seemed like an alien invasion. However, since he was sure that it was done by the Central, Lin Yi had to find a way to destroy the Central's plan. No matter what the Central wanted to do, if it was what the enemy wanted to do, he just had to destroy it wantonly. Lin Yi had already made up his mind to save the blue flood dragon no matter what. It just so happened that there were countless powerful sea beasts in the boundless sea as allies. Maybe he could use the power of the sea beasts to deal a heavy blow to the Central's forces. How is it? Do you have any clues after watching it? The clown sea serpent's eyes showed a look of eagerness. It had not seen these images before, and now that it saw them, it was even more anxious. The strength of those metal men was obviously beyond its imagination. Lin Yi nodded solemnly and said, "That's right, it's the same as what I guessed before. These people are members of an organization called the Central. I'm not sure why they came to kidnap your royal family member, but we have the same goal of saving it." The clown sea serpent was slightly stunned, and then asked, "From what you said, it seems like you also have some kind of grudge with the Central." "That's right." Lin Yi did not hide anything. In order to gain the trust of the sea beasts, there was nothing to hide. "I've always been fighting with this organization, but both sides basically have their own concerns and trump cards, so they haven't completely destroyed each other. This time, they obviously have some big plan. If I hadn't accidentally discovered it, I would definitely be in an extremely passive position in the future." After hearing what Lin Yi said, the clown sea serpent was indeed much more relieved. As the saying went, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although it could not completely trust Lin Yi, the clown sea serpent felt that Lin Yi did not seem to be lying. "Then, you should know where the nest of this so-called central organization is, right? Their combat power seems to be very strong. How many nascent soul stage sea beasts do you need me to gather and go with you to destroy their nest? Is 300 enough?" Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yi's forehead. 300 nascent soul stage sea beasts? Are they going to turn the ancient small Jianghu upside down? However, thinking about the huge number of sea beasts in the endless sea, 300 nascent soul stage sea beasts did not seem to be a lot. You also know that if we, the sea beasts, leave the endless sea, our strength will be greatly reduced, so we can only ask for help from those amphibious sea beasts. This is the number that can be transferred for now. If we need more, we can only wait for a few more days, but I'm afraid that it won't be able to wait that long. The clown sea serpent said with a slightly worried tone. As for it, it was obviously referring to the blue flood dragon that had been captured. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Since they insist on capturing your royal member alive, I think they won't kill it easily. It shouldn't be a problem to delay it for a few days. The key is that this time, we must be sure to kill it in one shot. There can't be any accidents." "You're right." No matter what, we must be safe and not let it get hurt. The clown sea serpent hurriedly nodded in agreement with Lin Yi's opinion. Then, he asked, then how much combat power do you need? I'll make arrangements as soon as I report it. Lin Yi thought about it seriously. In fact, 300 nascent soul stage sea beasts were enough to sweep the ancient small Jianghu. The central center had not been in the ancient small Jianghu for too long. Even if they could mass-produce nascent soul stage experts, they wouldn't have so many materials. Therefore, there was no need to increase the number of sea beasts. However, Lin Yi did not have any information about the location of the central center's base in the ancient small Jianghu. He needed time to find it. Moreover, he could not give up on the ancient meeting just like that. Therefore, after thinking about it, Lin Yi replied, theoretically, 300 nascent soul stage sea beasts should be enough. However, I think that the central center might have more than one base. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so we might need more troops to attack. How many can you gather in 3 days? Chapter 5604. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, we provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. Thousands of amphibious nascent soul stage sea beasts in 3 days. If they really wanted to live on land, would there still be a place for humans in the ancient underworld? It was also because the sea beasts usually went their own way and didn't unite to invade the mainland that humans could live peacefully in the small Jianghu of the ancient times. But now, because of the sea beast royal clan, these scattered sea beasts had gathered together. What the Central was doing was really inhumane. Thousands should be enough. 3 days is still necessary. I won't hide it from you. I'm not very clear about the location of the Central's lair and sub-base. How about this, you use these 3 days to mobilize troops, and I'll use it to scout. Neither side will be delayed. Lin Yi said with a frank face. In order to ruin the Central's plan, he had to separate from the sea beasts first. Lin Yi also had to be honest with the clown sea serpent. The clown sea serpent's slender eyes stared coldly at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi also looked at the clown sea serpent without blinking. After a while, the clown sea serpent nodded and said, I believe you, but I'll give you 3 days at most. You go find the location, and I'll prepare enough troops. In addition to thousands of nascent soul stage sea beasts, there will be at least tens of thousands of golden core stage amphibious sea beasts and more than 100,000 foundation establishment stage sea beasts as backup. Of course, it might not even take 3 days. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. You've made it so obvious, how can I not understand what you mean? The clown sea serpent believed Lin Yi now. But if Lin Yi dared to lie to the clown sea serpent, then these amphibious sea beasts would completely drown the entire ancient underworld. In other words, they would carry out a massacre of the human race in the ancient underworld. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to fight against all the sea beasts in the endless sea. If there were not enough amphibious sea beasts, it was not impossible to temporarily drown the ancient underworld with the water of the endless sea. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Lin Yi patted the flying spirit beast he was riding on, and it began to slowly rise into the sky. I'll go back first. Prepare the people on your side and gather at the coast of the primordial mountain range. It's a deal. I will immediately report this matter to the royal family. I hope you can bring me good news. The clown sea serpent raised its head to look at Lin Yi in the sky. After nodding slightly, it watched Lin Yi's flying spirit beast turn around and fly back quickly. After Lin Yi left the clown sea serpent, he immediately released Yu Taizong's primordial spirit that was imprisoned in the space of the jade pendant. With the soul-hooking hand, Lin Yi was not worried that Yu Taizong could escape from his control. Elder Yu, we meet again. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up. He smiled faintly and said, I've let you out today to give you a chance. I hope you can grasp it well. Tell me the specific location of the center of the primordial underworld, and I'll let your primordial spirit go. After Yu Taitsong's primordial spirit came out, it looked a little illusory. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Yu Taitsong's face showed a look of grief and indignation. Lin Yi, don't pretend here. My physical body has been destroyed. Even if you let my primordial spirit go, I'm afraid it won't take long for it to dissipate. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Hee hee, what a joke. Lin Yi shrugged indifferently. I didn't destroy your physical body. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for finding some stupid teammates. Also, as long as you cooperate, I will consider preserving your primordial spirit. With a suitable physical body, it's not impossible to give you a chance to possess it. The specific details still depend on your performance. What? Yu Taitsong's heart, which had already been in despair, was immediately tempted after hearing the conditions that Lin Yi offered. As long as he could survive, it didn't seem impossible to cooperate with Lin Yi. Yu Taitsong was incessantly tempted by Lin Yi's proposal, but after thinking it over, he still said with some hesitation, "How can I believe your words? Let's not talk about the fact that I'm like this because of you. Just talking about the possession you proposed, is a suitable physical body so easy to find?" Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "You yourself said that you're like this because of me. Don't tell me you're still worried that I can't find a suitable physical body for you." This sentence was still very convincing. Yu Taitsong thought about it and felt that it was true. Lin Yi had such magical means. Locking up other people's primordial spirits was like playing around. It really wasn't difficult to get a few physical bodies without primordial spirits. Love Go Little Say Netkuit was just that possession was not such an easy thing. The ancient small Jianghu originally focused on the cultivation of spiritual awareness. Yu Taitsong naturally had a deep understanding of possession. After thinking a little, he continued, "Even if you can find a suitable physical body for me, have you considered the difficulty of possession? Don't be so long-winded. I'm giving you this opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not is your own business. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. At most, I'll have to work hard to devour your primordial spirit, and then look for any memories related to the sender." Lin Yi began to talk nonsense with an impatient face. After devouring the primordial spirit, whether he could find the relevant memories or not, before all the cancerous spiritual awareness was resolved, Lin Yi would not dare to continue to devour other primordial spirits even if he was beaten to death. Yu Taitsong suddenly paused. After a short pause, he said with a sullen face, "Even if you say so, I won't agree. Any physical body that loses its primordial spirit will have a powerful remnant of spiritual awareness. My current state is almost on the verge of collapse. If I launch a possession, it's very likely that the remnant spiritual awareness will affect my primordial spirit and cause the possession to fail. That kind of pain, it's better for you to devour me now." Although he said so, Yu Taitsong was actually very nervous in his heart. He was afraid that Lin Yi would really devour him without a word. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone Yu Taitsong, who had finally achieved his dream of advancing to the Yuanying stage with great difficulty. Taking out this kind of unyielding performance, Yu Taitsong was also gambling that Lin Yi did not want to directly devour his primordial spirit. It should be because he did not have much confidence in finding his memories. Otherwise, why would he talk so much nonsense? Just directly devour him. After all, he was an old man of the ancient small Jianghu. No matter what, he had to think of ways to fight for some benefits for himself. Of course, if Lin Yi really intended to devour Yu Taitsong's primordial spirit, Yu Taitsong would immediately beg for Lin Yi's forgiveness.